feel like I just turned that down way too much. Matt, aren't you supposed to be like, I don't know, sleeping or something? Well, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hi, chat. Long time no see. Oh, so you gotta forgive me. I'm like eating right now. By the way, for those that missed it, Matt just finished up his Returnathon stream. I was part of this. I have to go back through the VoD and actually get clips.
So,
Oh, is this the moment that I missed? This is the moment I missed. What actually happened other than you knocking over something? Like, what was it that you knocked over? Because it didn't sound that heavy, like it was that bad.
It was going too well, I guess.
Hang on, give me a second. Oh. Dude. That's actually, like, so sad. It reminds me of, like, I forget which year it was. I think it was 2021. Like summer of 2021, I was super stressed out getting myself ready to go back to college after my internship and everything. Which is, you know, par for the course. I feel like I get stressed out packing a lot. But I had this whole tub of cookies that I got from my local grocery store. They're like smaller cookies, but I had them on my chair and I don't think I closed the lid all the way. And I knocked this entire tub of cookies onto the floor and they all spilled out, you know, on the like plastic mat that I keep like under my chair on my desk, which by the way is rarely ever cleaned. So I essentially wasted about like 20 to 30 cookies. And I made this like, you know, meme text edit where it says no use crying over spilled milk when you have spilled cookies to cry over. And it was quite like I was gonna like crash out. I like almost cried myself to sleep. Yeah, this remix. It's completely not fitting for whatever we're talking about. But yeah, anyways, you guys should totally go check out Matt using that link in chat. Matt just finished his Returnathon stream where he returned to a whole bunch of different games. I was on that for the what's it called? For the Lethal Company segment and as well the Escape the Backroom segment. Both of those VODs are up on YouTube. I feel like I did an awful job editing them. And by editing them, I mean recording an intro and stitching them together. I did not do it in my normal, like, fashion of how I do it, where I do, like, just a black screen with text on it. I did, like, an actual, like, what you're seeing now explanation of it. I did not have a script to go off of, and I didn't put, like a TV static transition between the two like clips. Like I literally just like hard cut, and I feel like it doesn't look as good, but I also didn't really care. I just wanted to get it up in time. Well, yeah, you have fucking 70 hours to go through, Mr. Does. You have 70 hours of content you gotta split up and then upload. Which I can attest to is a bitch to deal with. Because I essentially, well, yeah, I basically did it with Borderlands-a-thon. So, by the way, chat, I should mention, I think I might have mentioned it during the Borderlands-a-thon time, or, like, after the fact. I think we really need to rework Borderlands-a-thon. At least for Borderlands-a-thon 4.0, I really don't want to, like, do another play multiple Borderlands games. It's not that it's not fun, or it's not, like, an enjoyable experience. I think there were moments where it wasn't so enjoyable, but I have realized that Borderlands-a-thon is essentially like 150 hours of a time sink, because I don't plan it properly with like how like a quote subathon should work. I literally just go until it's beat. So it's really just more like a dedicated marathon stream. And I don't think I should be doing that again. um Mainly for just like freeing up my schedule. Also because Borderlands 4 is still relatively new and it will still be relatively new next year. Um I don't feel comfortable adding it into the mix of games. And then we're not going to have all the Borderlands 4 DLCs out. So if that was even remotely a consideration of like doing, the Borderlands 4 campaign and then adding the DLCs onto the end of that, probably not the best idea. So I did consider a little bit of what I wanted to do for the next Borderlands-a-thon. I thought of doing like a Tales playthrough and like actually playing through both of the Tales games, because I've never done that. I also just considered starting a new Vault Hunter like around that time, and we could like call it like quote Borderlands-a-thon, because if you guys have been following the channel for the past like several months or whatever, I guess it is several at this point. But like a full Borderlands 4 playthrough on like a new Vault Hunter where you're going for all the different activities and everything, it's so much. Like it takes so much time. So that's probably like we have on our Vex, we have like over 100 hours, or I think it's just over 100 hours, on the playthrough. I'm looking at my Steam right now. I have 160 hours in Borderlands 4 total. I know for the specific character, it's more like 100, give or take. But yeah, we're just kind of there's a lot to do in Borderlands 4, so I don't know if I want to necessarily do a challenge run for that. Also, speaking of, the Borderlands 4 doesn't really have the capacity for a lot of challenge runs. I know a lot of people were like struggling to do challenge runs. I know Jolts had mentioned that when you do like an allegiance run for Borderlands 4, it's more difficult to actually get the dedicated pieces of gear. So like let's say you're going Jacobs and you're farming for Hellwalker. Hellwalker does not drop easily. And it's just a huge time sink for an allegiance run. So yeah, where we could do a new playthrough of Borderlands 4 for Borderlands-a-thon 4.0. Or we could just do something completely different. The goal is to just not do 100+ hours, literally, of stream marathon. I think it needs to be a lot shorter. But again, I need to rework Borderlands-a-thon in general. Kind of make it a little bit more worthwhile. And that does bring me to another point that I wanted to discuss, at least like really quickly. So I'm so glad you typed it that way, Alex, because before I get to my other thought, chat, I just want you guys to know that the number 67 is in fact not a permitted term in this channel, despite me in recent weeks being like making a ton of 6-7 jokes. So please be warned, you will not be able to say the number 67. I think you have to explicitly type it, 6 space 7. I know. I know I'm a hypocrite, and I do want to apologize for that. I think I explained the story of it in another stream, but essentially there were someone like said 6-7, so I'm like, oh, 6-7, and this is like someone else's chat. And they they seemed to not know what it was. So I explained it like the helpful person I am. I literally dropped like a whole Wikipedia article, and these people were like, "We know what 6-7 is. Shut up. Stop talking." And I'm just like, "Motherfucker, sorry for helping." And I swore in that moment I would never drop down to the level of 6-7. And here I am, like, a few months later, just making the joke every every so often. Um, where are my yeah, the 6th, 7th level. Where the fuck are the permitted terms in the settings? Why can I not find this? Is it moderation? No, it's not mod management. It's like somewhere in here. Permitted terms and phrases. Wow. Um, did it like reset mine? Oh, this is permitted. I need not permitted. That's why there's nothing there. Blocked. Okay, chat. Apparently none of you have used actually hang on. Yeah, apparently none of you have used the term 6-7 since I added this to the list. It's actually it's really cool because when you look at the your block terms and phrases, it shows you how many occurrences there are. And of the ones that I have put, the only ones that have come up are quote cheap viewers and quote stream boo, which are the notorious like bot links and everything. And there are 70 instances of cheap viewers and then 86 instances of stream boo and 0 of everything else, which is kind of insane. So thank you guys for being respectful human beings, and not also getting your accounts hacked by, the chat bots. I really do appreciate you guys for keeping it together. You want expensive viewers? Check out my website. Didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, it's around. But anyways, what I was going to say before Alex made a 6-7 joke, and prompted my tangent, for my like quote last stream of the year, I did want to kind of sit down and do like a goals stream, like no Borderlands, no video games or gameplay, just a just chatting stream where I go over to this scene and we pull up like a goal setting website or Google Doc. I don't know. I was gonna ask one of my friends about, what website she had used for, this similar segment. Because not that I'm confident that I'll get a lot of my goals achieved next year. But I want to like actually like write something down so I have it just more in my head and more set in stone. And I also don't want to flashbang you guys with a Google Docs page, because I do legitimately want to make some improvements or like make changes with the stream. Um okay, yeah, and there's other like life things. So I don't know if learn manual driving is necessarily going to be on that list. Mostly because I'm not looking for a manual car at the moment. I mean, I would love one, but um I think the more important goal is to get money first to actually do that. So I was trying to think of some of the other goals. I know one that I thought of recently was that I want to start setting money aside to like get a new PC. And now I know Matt's gonna be, like mauling at this or whatever, saying like, "Geez, you don't need a new PC, yada yada." I think I'm at a point where I might. Um, I reference a meme where it was like, based on what card, what graphics card you have, should you change your upgrade? And for literally all of the graphics cards, from the shittiest to the newest, um, the note was, if you can't run your favorite games on this graphics card, consider upgrading. And chat, unfortunately, I feel like we have hit that point, specifically with Borderlands 4. Like, I had some issues with, like, say, Marvel Rivals or like COD, and like, getting the graphics to be nice and pretty looking, or just like running smoothly. They kind of like got their shit together and everything, but Borderlands, I feel like, it's even Borderlands 3, I feel like has not been has not been running properly on my PC. Like, I would go back and I would watch actually, I would go back and watch the Borderlands-a-thon VODs, and I would always watch them at 2x speed. So of course they're gonna look great. Because that's more frames per second. So it's like a guaranteed 60. But when I would watch them back at normal speed, or when I would be watching my gameplay, like from the stream or like within the game, I'm noticing that I'm actually like only hitting like 30, 40, 50 frames a second. Like, I'm always sub 60 and not getting up to even 50 at times. And it's kind of concerning. And this was happening with Borderlands 3 as well. I noticed it kind of particularly with Borderlands 3. It would take a long time to load, considering I was on PC, and usually the load times are faster here. But Borderlands 4, I feel like, has been kind of the test of my computer. Like, it's kind of clear from the fact that we've done like 20 some streams of this, that we've been able to run Borderlands 4 at least okay, but I think it's now time to start looking at an upgrade. So I would love to just like upgrade parts of my PC, which yeah, so kind of what Matt was saying. Like, I feel like I could just like get away with upgrading parts of my PC, which you guys, and I mainly mean like Matt and other like kind of friends that can help me out. You guys are gonna have to help me like actually like pick the right parts and set everything up, and maybe I can just bring my PC to Matt and we'll like sit down together and put it together. Um, but yeah, a GPU upgrade would be nice. Um, because it's I have a regular 3060. It's not too far behind, but it's starting to be a little far behind. Um, so I kind of need a new GPU, but at that point I'd be getting either a 40 or a 50 series card, I think, which would require a new power supply. So that's two upgrades now. I would clearly want another CPU if I can actually manage to upgrade that, because I don't know if you guys witnessed the Battlefield segment of Borderlands-a-thon, but I do have an Intel. It's an i9. I think it's a 10th gen. Does it say it on my computer still? I don't know. It's back from 2021, so it's a little outdated, and also Intel. So I would like to upgrade that if I can, which I'm worried that, you know, it's not going to be as easy as I think it is. And I think for the most part, everything else in my PC is okay. Um, with the exception of Windows 11, I still haven't gotten the update to get Windows 11, which I think is supposed to happen, meaning like I'm not supposed to be able to update to Windows 11 because I thought my components weren't all there for it, or my capacity wasn't. So I don't know, but I do want to kind of just like cross the bridge already so I can deal with all the shit that Windows 11 is. But yeah, I really don't want to replace my motherboard at all. Mainly because I'm probably gonna get like a motherboard with DDR5, and that means I need to buy new RAM, and RAM is not cheap anymore. So if I could just stick with my DDR4 RAM sticks that have the pretty lights on them that are kind of keeping it together somehow, that'd be great. Yeah, let me catch up on chat really quick. I know I missed a couple of things. Matt's mad at me. And get a Steam machine? What do you mean by a Steam machine? Like a machine that pumps out like fog? Or are you meaning like a Steam Deck? Like the handheld, you know, console thing that Steam put out. Um the human eye can't even see more than 24 FPS. Yeah, but you can kind of tell the difference between 24 and 60. 60 is a little bit on the smoother side. We do PC surgery stream. I do think that would go kind of hard. Um, just don't try to buy RAM right now. Heard. Start with the GPU and see if a CPU update is necessary. It almost certainly isn't. Okay. Pepperidge Farm remembers when Intel GPUs were good. Oh, dude. I could go for some... Actually, I have my goldfish here at my desk. My CPU in this PC is not compatible with Windows 11. Steam, the game company, is making a not... Oh, yeah, that's right. They made that, like, cube thing. I forgot about that. I didn't realize that was Steam. Chat, I may live under a rock. Mid-range system might not be enough for... Okay. You have to learn Linux. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, like I said, I have some goals in mind for 2026, and I really just want to like lock them in. I know one of them is we're looking at potentially setting aside money to buy a PC or like a new PC, even if it's parts, even if it's like getting a second pre-build and doing a 2 PC setup, which would be kind of nice. Something along those lines. Like that's got to be something. I additionally want to kind of rework how I go about my sneaker hobby. And I say that very carefully because I would just say like, "Oh, I want to not buy as many shoes." But you know damn well I'm going to not succeed whatsoever. Because I'm always buying shoes, and I am actively trying to get rid of a lot of the shoes that I don't wear or that I made the mistake of buying because I'm stupid and impulsive. So I do want to like manage the sneaker collection better. So that's another goal. I do have some stream goals. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I know another one I wanted to potentially throw in there was to get an update for Cheese Mingo. I would love to have like a cheese mango with a more flamingo like beak. Um, I feel like that would like help a lot. And then maybe just it would be really cool if we could just get like a almost like a 2D cheese mango. Like I know we have technically 2D PNG tuber cheese mango, but I mean like a proper like 2D VTuber model that's a flamingo. I think that would be really cool. Um I don't think cheese is the target audience. I don't think I'm the target audience for anything at this point. Um, but yeah, I do want to try and sit down, potentially I think it is, yeah, next week, and actually like talk about goals for the stream, or just goals in general for life, mainly for stream, but you know, You're the target audience for shoes, apparently. I don't even want to say that because I feel like it's a little bit here and there. So like I would agree in some cases, but even in some of those cases not. Um because like my taste in footwear is not necessarily what's super big right now. Um yeah, it's super technical, it's super cope, but whatever. But yeah. So future stream, I'm looking at doing like a goals stream. I've been wanting to do this for quite some time. Um, as I kind of like end the or like come closer to the end of the year and think about next year. I've been wanting to kind of set up some goals and really look at how I'm going into 2026 because I need to get my shit together. And I can't exactly, you know, go about it the way I've been doing it. So there's that, and then I also need a stream where I don't have to go back for clips. That's one of my other goals is to spend less time on Twitch and spend less time going back for clips. Which is I know some of you guys are actually starting to make more clips and everything. I really do appreciate it. Like dude, I can't tell you how important it is that chat like goes out of their way to make clips. It saves me a lot of time. And it actually like potentially like gets the really funny moments. Um but yeah, thank you guys. Keep up the good work, and I hope to see even more of it into the new year. But yeah, so we'll be doing that. Um, and then we'll be kind of just looking at what we're doing in 2026 because I'm gonna say I have plans for 2026 in terms of like stream content, but I know full and well that if I say that, it's gonna fall apart somehow. I know to go back to Matt's Returnathon stream, I was fortunate enough to win one of the giveaways. Um I don't want to say like win like in a way cuz the person who won was like, "Nah, I'm going to pass it off to second place," and I was second place. But I also did this the last subathon that Matt had where I won and I couldn't get my shit to work, so I was just like give it to second place. So, I guess it works out. But anyways, through that giveaway, I did finally get Date Everything. Huge thank you to Matt for that gift. I'm actually really excited to get into it. I'm a little bit worried because it is more of a true like dating sim versus the quote dating sims we've played in the previous year. Um, but I am looking forward to actually like going in and dating everything. I think that's going to be a big part of 2026. Do I know if it's going to be the first month of 2026? I have no idea. But we also kind of need to get something else on our plate other than Borderlands because we've been playing a lot of that. Um, but yeah, there is that. I did want to like mention that to you guys and say that Date Everything is now going to be um a very much thing for next year. Oh yeah, and Matt did get me the DLC. Um so I'm excited to see how many times I get cock blocked by a chandelier. I think it's a chandelier. Um I'd have to ask damn it Chand about it. Or I don't know if Alex would know because I know Alex is in a few of those streams. Um, but yeah, I am very excited. Oh, other thing. If you guys missed the last stream, um, not only did we did not only did we do Lethal Company, but we also did Escape the Backrooms with Matt. So the part one of that, like I said, is live on YouTube if you want to go watch through that. But we will hopefully be doing even more Escape the Backrooms to get more endings and just more content either here in the final days of December or like further into January. Um really excited for that. Just again, getting something different other than Borderlands onto the stream. All right, Matt, thank you for stopping by. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you once again for the gift, and congratulations on your returnathon. Enjoy your Christmas light gazing session, and hope to catch you around again soon. But yeah, I think we are gonna hop over into Borderlands 4. I did say we were doing Borderlands today. It's gonna be a more like relaxed session. So for some of the OGs here, that like saw me or that would watch me like in my like early days of, you know, content and everything. This is sort of what I did with Borderlands. I wasn't really doing challenge runs. I was just kind of going around and farming various like bosses for gear, which would allow me then to just kind of mindlessly chat with everyone, and kind of talk about different things. So I'm very excited to be having this segment back. This is sort of like my chill section. It also kind of replaces what COD was for me, because I would just play Shipment 24/7 and talk with chat. So I don't think that's coming back either. I'm kind of like not really into COD anymore. I mean, I still yearn for it in a way. I don't think that's the right verb, but I would like to play COD again. I just don't think it's worth like a $70 game. Additionally, going into this Borderlands 4 part of the stream, I do kind of want to share some of my thoughts about the game and some of the more recent updates. I'm gonna do my best to like compose my thoughts with Borderlands 4, you know, opinions. Because after all, I have finally finished my first full playthrough. We did get through, I believe it's all the content. So I feel like I have a good understanding of, you know, where I'm at with the game. Granted, there are some things that I haven't done yet. Like, we're not fully on Mayhem 5 yet. I know we unlocked it the last Borderlands stream we did. We did that, but I haven't really been playing as much on Mayhem 5. And I do have some thoughts about that. And then we're working towards what the hell am I talking about? It's not Mayhem mode. It's UVHM. God, Borderlands, you can't just like stick to one name system. Anyways, we did unlock UVHM 5 in the previous stream, and we are going to be working towards UVHM 6 today, sort of. While we kind of like discuss things. But yeah, I will say, with the opinions and everything, keep in mind my PC isn't really that great, as I'm looking to upgrade some parts of it. So there is some bias there. There's also the fact that I've only played Vex, and that kind of, you know, hinders my knowledge of this game. Like, if I got another Vault Hunter playthrough in, I think I would have been a little bit more, you know, knowledgeable of how everything's balanced. So take everything with a grain of salt. Also, this is like all of these thoughts are going to be for the most part, my own opinion. Some of it is influenced by, you know, things that I've heard and seen across the community. And yeah. Sorry, I'm like rambling a little bit as the game starts up. So, where do I even begin? I guess we can start with Bloomreaper specifically, because that will give us context as to what we're doing today. So, if you guys remember from the last Borderlands 4 stream that we did take on Bloomreaper the newest invincible boss in Borderlands 4 and the only like proper invincible boss in Borderlands 4. And while we did succeed in taking down Bloomreaper, it was kind of bad. I not only died, you know, during my first attempt, meaning I then went for a second attempt, but I also maxed out the timer and it wasn't really that successful, in my opinion. But we still did it. So I'll have more about that in a little bit. My current build, because as you guys might have remembered, I did attempt Bloomreaper with a Trouble build for Vex. And Trouble is not in a good state in Borderlands 4. I will be returning to that thought. Essentially, like, I like Trouble, like, as, you know, an entity. I think having Trouble is cool. Like, big cat, go meow, and you can pet the cat. Like, I think it's cool, but Trouble just underperforms. And not only does Trouble underperform, but the devs recognize this and have proceeded to do nothing for Trouble. So, as you can see, we have literally just 1 point into Red Tree. And that's sort of just like this is actually like a really good skill. I don't know why I haven't been using Grave Sustenance. But we're done with Trouble. I hate to say it. Trouble is up for adoption. Anyone who wants him can basically have him free of charge. I do ask that you take good care of him because he is a good boy. But I just can't be bothered with Trouble in this current build of Borderlands 4. I wasn't really looking to spec all 49 points into Red Tree because you sacrifice so much damage that you could be doing with Trouble. Anyways, I gotta move Cheese Mingo. So my build is different right now. Let me put myself like here-ish. As you can see, we have mostly green tree. This specific build is what Lazy Data was using for his, like, you know, Bloomreaper kill on UVHM 6, I believe. Which is essentially his kill skill Vex build with a couple of changes. The big one being no blue tree. Because normally there would be 3 points into Idle Hands, 2 points into Sanguine Fiends, 2 points into Grave Assault. Which I do like. It was a really, like, the kill skill Vex build was really good. However, I did agree with what Lazy Data did for Bloomreaper specifically in speccing into target pre-science, because you're really not getting a lot of, you know, kills within the fight. So you really need target pre-science to grant critical hits against any part of the enemy with gun damage, and then that feeds into Mortal Terror for activating kill skills with critically hitting enemies. And even though this is a 5% chance, it does work really well. It felt like it worked really well for me personally when I was running it. But the spec is pretty much kill skill Vex, 5 points into Grave Sights, 2 points Guns and Needles. I feel like this should be more, but whatever. 5 points into Fiendish Invigoration, 5 points into Grave Implements, 3 points Grave Power. Talked about the target pre-science. We grab Witchy Trigger Finger, 5 points Drink Full, 5 points Mortal Terror. Grab the capstone of Vibe Check, 5 points into R's, and then 5 points Essence Leech, 3 points Blood is Power. I don't really like how in, you know, the Borderlands 4 builds, people really just stick to overloading one skill tree, which I guess I shouldn't really be surprised that that's a like an option, because a lot of the skill trees, like, they offer good skills and like worthwhile skills that you shouldn't be passing up. Even if you go into like blue tree, I feel like there's a lot in this tree that you should have. Again, idle hands, sanguine fiends, grave assault, getting down to grave fiends, and some of the other stuff in this tree, all really good. Even some of the, depending on how you use it, some of the stuff in Red Tree is really good. Grave Sustenance is one of those. I do think Blood is Magic is no, not Blood is Magic. Enchantment is a good one. Trying to think what else was in here that I was using. Grave Thirst is another one. We get that from our class mod. But yeah. So this is the build. Again, 1 point into Grave Sustenance, which is surprisingly enough. We also have, if you couldn't tell, we have the Incarnate skill, which is really nice. I like having, I feel like of Vex's action skills, I feel like Incarnate is the best. I do like Trouble. I think he's a cool cat. I do also kind of like the idea of the Spectres and Reapers. I just haven't really explored this specific setup, and I'm not really looking to at the moment. So that leaves us with Incarnate, which in fact does the most damage, I feel like. So yeah, this is the build that we have. My current gear setup is pretty much what it usually is. I have the Hot Slugger on right now instead of the Hellwalker. I haven't really been using either one just because I've been like boss farming. This is just my mobbing weapon. The Oh My God is one of my favorite weapons still since I've gotten this. It just works really well for this specific setup. So we just grab Energy Shield using the Teen Witch, or just, you know, other things. So like my Watts for Dinner that I have here has oh, it drops the booster. Yeah, I forgot that's what it does. But yeah, the Watts drops boosters that give you overshield and everything. So that's really cool. Just works really well with the Oh My God. I really want to make like a Vex specific build for the Oh My God, even though I think Lazy Data already did it. I was looking at doing the Oh My God for my Trouble build. And then everything else is pretty much the same. Dark Beast, I did get a new one with a regular mag, although I might go take my Atlas, or not my Atlas one, my other one with the Ripper mag and the Atlas tracker dart out, because I think it performs just a little bit better than this. This one isn't too bad. And then Wombo Combo, kind of par for the course here. Triple Bypass is still the same. I do need a new one of these. The Jelly is on currently just because we're farming Mimikron, and I like to have Jelly for that. Otherwise, I've been using Crit Knife because I kind of need Crit Knife for a lot of the setups. This is a new Teen Witch. I did a little bit of farming on Radix. I got this one to drop. It also has Deadeye, which is nice. I think last one we had, I added Deadeye to it. But this is the new Teen Witch class mod. I did grab a Watts for Dinner. I've had a couple of these, but this one in particular is a double amp. So it gives you 100% gun damage. So I'm looking for a triple that gives you 150%. I just have not sat down to actually farm it. And then you might see that I have what is it? A legendary enhancement. These are hard to come by. Except I have been working on Bloomreaper offline. And I'll kind of go through the setup for Bloomreaper in a little bit. But because of this, I have been getting more legendary enhancements. So I have quite a few that are blocked by me in chat. I have some Vladoff ones. I did get a multi-strike, which is what I really wanted. So this is Jacob's Piercer and Jacob's Sequencer. Very happy about this. And I have some Daedalus ones as well. And then I have this for getting a third Deadeye on something. I don't really know what I want yet, because I am trying to look at firmwares. Right now, Deadeye is the only thing I have two for, which would work fine, but I think I'd need high caliber specifically, which is not, firmwares are not easy to find. But anyways, let's see if I can load some things up here. Everything's pretty much the same. I have been using Lucian's Flank here and there for certain bosses. Because while it doesn't do as much damage as the Wombo combo with its underbarrel rockets, the Lucian's Flank doesn't kill me when I'm shooting an enemy close up. That's like my big issue right now, is that with the Wombo combo specifically and the oh my god, the guns like cause explosions, and when an enemy is right in front of me, that explosion kills me. And it's a big issue. So yeah, I have been running my Lucian's Flank a little bit more just so I can not die. It's also fun because gun go burr. I did actually get a couple more Wombo combos. No, I did not farm the drop source. This just dropped from the chest after Bloomreaper. And I did get two of them. My other one is Ripper Mag. It's in the bank. We had some more. We got some Chaosins here. Bert's Bees. Amassing Onslaught. We haven't used. We have our War Paints. I did get a ton of Kill Springs because I was farming Axmal for a bod. Spoiler alert, I'm not using the bod at all. Watts for Dinner. I was specifically farming this a lot. I did farm up a few Convergence shotguns. They're not bad for like Bloomreaper and his like Crystal phase at the beginning. I just really prefer the Dark Beast versus the Convergence. Otherwise, I would be using this specific one with the Jacob's accessory. I like it a lot. Still have my Swarm Grenade, Triple Bypass. I do need to... I pulled out this specific Triple Bypass because it has speed on it. And I feel like speed is kind of nice, but I need to go back and I need to go get a Triple Bypass with Amp on it, which is what we might do today. Not really sure. And then specifically for Bloomreaper, I have to go down to this one. We are using Complex Root. This, chat, I do really like the Complex Root. I think it's a great gun. It's a little bit flashy, especially if you talk about like the Borderlands 3 one. It's also just a really cool gun in general. But yeah, the Complex Root has been one of two key weapons for taking down Bloomreaper for me. The big issue with again, where's mine at? What a lot of people are doing for Bloomreaper is using the ceramic bod with the Torg sticky mags, and then using like Rafa's action skill to not consume ammo for however long, and just load up Bloomreaper with sticky grenades. And then after he comes out of his immunity phase, he basically dies. It's a very, I don't want to say like impressive speed kill, but it's kind of typical, and I'm really tired of seeing it. So huge shout out to Lazy Data for even just thinking of using the Complex Root. This does actually clear Bloomreaper very fast. I'm surprised at how fast it does. It's just a little bit weird with like getting the range right on the Complex Root, because you need like distance for it to start splitting, which is why we're at Mimicron. I'm trying to get a little bit better of a Complex Root. I would ideally like to have Jacobs on it, where the critical hits will ricochet, and then I would like the Atlas tracker dart specifically. The tracker dart one that I have here is pretty much what I've been using. This is, I don't want to say like a godsend, but it's been doing really well for me. And I prefer it. Um, and then also I do have this radiation shock one. This is how I've been farming Origo for various items, and it works a little bit faster than Ballista. Um, which is weird because the other thing is Origo in his big encore mode on UVHM 5 is supposedly the highest like HP enemy in the game, which is crazy because he's only like shield bar and everything. But I also feel like Origo is my easiest boss even on UVHM 5. Like Origo just like, I feel like this guy needs a buff or something. He's way too easy. Like I feel like Inceptus, I talk about it a lot. Inceptus is like the most challenging because of his attack patterns. Um and then just as soon as I went to Origo, like I have the clip of when I hit Origo with a level 20 ballista on his crit and he just like lost a huge chunk of health, and I think that's an issue because Origo is really not that hard of a boss. But yeah, Complex Root is kind of my favorite right now. I was also looking around because I was farming for Convergence specifically. I did get a Boom Slang. I got a new one, and chat, I have a Phosphine Boom Slang. I'm very happy of this. This actually isn't the specific Boom Slang that dropped as Phosphine. But this is the one that I kept because it's I think it's the highest damage like on the card you can get. I know it can get up to 97% accuracy. I don't remember what the reload time fire rate is on some of the other ones, but so far this is the highest damage Boom Slang that I've seen. I do have my other ones in the bank, but while it was offline, I did get a Phosphine Boom Slang, and I'm very, very proud of it. I did farm up some more trucks, ones that weren't Ripper Mag. I still don't really see what the good part of the truck is. It hasn't really been hitting right for me. I still have my Ballista. It's still one of my favorite guns. And then we get down to our Daedalus stuff. I do still have my Super Soldier. It's a really good shield. I have been rotating that with the Fireworks because the Fireworks just kills everything. Like, it's great. Fireworks is great for mobbing. I did get another one out of a vendor, so very happy about that. But my other go-to shield is the Super Soldier. Right now it's Watts for dinner because bossing. I did finally oh my god, holy shit, what the fuck just happened to my stream? I saw Cheese Mingo just like stand there for a second. Anyways, I did farm up a ceramic bod. This took me forever. I hated my life. I got some other bods too. So I have a corrosive one. I have a normal element one. Like I said, I got a new Dark Beast. That's really cool. This is from my farming before. I did get an Atlas, whatever this is called, enhancement, and then Teen Witch class mod. Yada yada. I did also redo my specializations. Mainly because now with caffeine is too important to not have. So I redid everything. As you remember, I was down into full spectrum arsenal for this ordnance damage, benefiting from gun damage. So yeah, that was nice, but I'm not using that build anymore. So instead, I have highly prioritized now with caffeine. Like, chat, if I have any recommendations for specializations specifically, put the 10 points into sharpshooter and runner first. I think sharpshooter gives you the down but not out, like this one where you can ADS during fight for your life. It is kind of nice. Although sturdy stuff is another nice one too. But put the 10 points into sharpshooter, 10 points into runner, and then you get the 1 point you can put into now with caffeine. So that way, every time you pop a rep kit, you get your action skill cooldown reduced by 25%. This is like so huge. I kid you not. Like, you have a triple bypass with the 3 charges. You pop 2 of these, and your action skill is basically back. Sort of. This is too important for me to not have. I don't really need bullet train, but I grabbed it. Riddle you this. This is, again, like a lazy data stack of specializations for Bloomreaper. And then best defense. I feel like I can shift these around a little bit, but I really need now with caffeine. That's like the most important. But yeah, that's our setup. And that's what we've been using for Bloomreaper. It's literally just Dark Beast, Fire, Complex Root, Triple Bypass, Teen Witch, Watch for Dinner, Crit Knife, and then whatever enhancement I can get my hands on properly. And then I guess I'd get rid of this, I guess. But yeah, Bloomreaper. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. I know the title says Bloomreaper sucks. I feel like that's a little bit of like a false statement. Because like that says like, oh, I don't really like Bloomreaper. And I think Bloomreaper is alright. For the most part. I feel like he's a decent challenge, but for the wrong reasons. I think I'm gonna wait until after the ads run to explain my Bloomreaper stuff. That way I don't miss anyone. So we'll do some more Runecon farming. Also, keep that 30 frames a second. Oh my god.
An accident has entered the
Oh my god. That's not 30 anymore. That's 24.
It's about to be a
Chat, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. We are sitting now at like 40 frames a second. This is not how it's supposed to be. This is why I want a PC upgrade. It's because my game is no longer hitting the performance standard. Like, where am I? I have my preset on low, chat. Can I do like ultra performance here? Like, I have most of my settings on, like, lower medium. And I'm still only hitting, like, 40 frames. It's real bad. Oh my god. Is that any better? This feels worse. Oh my god, this is so much worse. This is so much worse.
complain about that.
Chat, what the fuck happened? What? How did I just change, like, one setting? No. That was so bad. Okay, we do not need to change that one.
Dead, dead, dead.
Oh my god. What the fuck is happening with my PC, man? What is happening? We're not even hitting 60 frames on OBS. Oh. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna go with this and push through it as best we can. And talk about Bloomreaper. So again, I don't really think like Bloomreaper doesn't suck in the traditional sense. Are you kidding me? Did I? Is that's chat? That's a phosphine complex root. Oh my god. Chat, that's a phosphine complex root. This is not why I came here. It's not even the right elements. It's radiation shock. I think what is my other shock one? Or that radiation shock one that I had? Oh yeah, it had Jacobs on it, which is nice. So this is just like bank. Ah, and I don't want to take my skin off of this for this is specifically a skin for the complex root. I feel like it makes it look like the original complex root in Borderlands 3. Otherwise I would put something up. Man, I can't. What the fuck? Oh, man. Ugh. Maybe if I pull this back up. What? Oh my god. I'm just gonna relaunch Borderlands. So, Bloomreaper. I think Bloomreaper is alright. I actually think Bloomreaper's too easy. Maybe that's because I've just been killing them on the lower UVHM levels. But like, chat, keep in mind, like, I took a trouble build in there. Like a half-ass trouble build. And we still killed him. It took fucking 10 minutes. But we still killed Bloomreaper. It's not like Bloomreaper's a hard boss to kill. What sucks is everything else about the fight. And that's where I think the issue is. Like, I feel like the worst part of the Bloomreaper fight are the multiple badass creeps that will spawn when you fight him. Because it's not, like, they just, like, there's like 5 or 6 of them. I was gonna say like 6 or 7 because I think it is actually 6 or 7, but we're not gonna make 6, 7 jokes. There's a lot of creeps that spawn. Whether they're badass, they're the vile, like, you know, the little vile guys at the beginning. There's just too many to deal with. And naturally what you would do is you would use like a wombo combo or a whatever your weapon preference is. You get your weapon of choice and you clear them out. And that's how you deal with them. And that usually downs me because I'm using a wombo combo or something explodes in my face. That's like my biggest issue with the fight. I hate having to deal with all the the badass creeps that don't take just a single bullet to get rid of. It's like really problematic for me. Like that's my biggest issue. The other issue with Bloomreaper that I have is the fact that the quote like dedicated drops that the Rainmaker sniper, I think it is, that chest is tied to your platinum reward for, you know, for killing Bloomreaper within a given time. Now, I will admit, I've hit that platinum reward on UVHM 0, I think on UVHM 1, and UVHM 2 and 3. I'm like slowly working up to UVHM 5 here, chat. I've hit it like, you know, properly on UVHM 3. I'm guaranteeing I can hit it on UVHM 4, and I'm kind of waiting to see if I can do it on 5. Like I said, Bloomreaper's not a hard boss. But doing the boss in a minute and a half when 40-some seconds is in vulnerability phases is an issue. Like, that's... Dude, it's like half of your time is spent waiting for Bloomreaper to just be damageable again. And also just the fact that I'm, like, stressing out because of, the fact that, you know, I'm timed. This is not any better, chat. We are still, like, 30, 40 frames a second. This is really bad. This might be unplayable.
Deactivated. Too much fun. Fast run, fast kill.
An upgrade.
This might be unplayable today, chat. That's not it. This is really bad. You know what? I'm gonna try something. Since we're talking about Bloomreaper, I'm gonna go ahead and just get my Bloomreaper set up. And we're gonna go take him down. Where is... You need to send that to the bank. Need this. I need my Dark Beast in this spot specifically. Don't ask why. It's just how it works in my head. Oh yeah, by the way, as you can see, my setup is all legendary. I did get that achievement finally. I figured as soon as I got myself a legendary enhancement or put one back into my backpack, I would be able to get this whole setup. It's not that hard. But yeah, this is the Bloomreaper setup. We are gonna go. Like I was talking to Chris today about how I feel like having this as an open world map where there are no like travel points except for going into like the DLCs or going to fight a boss. The fact that you have that, like, only those loading points means that whenever you boot up the game, you gotta load this entire goddamn map. Or when you travel, you have to, like, sit and pause and actually wait for everything to load up. That's my issue. I feel like you can still, like, achieve, like, a more open world concept and just have, like literally right here, right where this road is, just put, like, a travel point, like a travel door, like you have here. Put it right here, and then you'll be able to, like, just have this area, like, just have Dissected Plateau loaded, And then when you cross over into Cuspid Climb through this door, you load Cuspid Climb, and that's it. I feel like that would solve like 90% of Borderlands problems. That would solve like the driving simulator, because you could get like a proper, fast travel for, either of like wherever within the given area. You could put like a fast travel. Well, they kind of have it with the silos, but you put like another one for Cuspid Climb specifically. And I feel like that would solve a lot of issues, because then you don't have to load all the other different areas. You can just load, like, say you're me right now, and you're just at the Tipping Point Bunker. Honestly, Tipping Point Bunker could be its own, like, location. I think that would be great, because you already have, like, the vaults as their own location. I mean, it makes sense because it's a different dimension. But I think if you had, like, say, for example, the order bunkers, like, instead of, like, you'd crack them open the normal way, but then it would be like a travel door. You travel into the door, and then all you have to do is load the Tipping Point Bunker map. And only that. You don't have to load anything else around you. You reduce all the stress on the PC for, like, the moment of it, because it just has to load that map instead of the entirety of it. And then you could potentially put, like, a fast travel at the beginning point of the Tipping Point Bunker. So that way, instead of having to... I know this one's bad example because the safe house is right here. You just float over here. But, like, instead of having to travel to some other safe house and drive however long, you could just teleport there. Or, like, for Bramble Song, whose name I think I was pronouncing wrong for a long time, because I always thought it was Brabble Song. For Bramble Song, you have to go to the Snowy Wells safe house, and then you have to drive all the way up to the Bitter Vein. Like, all the way up this way. It's not that far of a drive, but why can't I just, like, teleport to the Bitter Vein, like, auger mine? Why can't I do that? Why do I have to... Like, there's no other closer fast travel. And I know that's a little bit of nitpicking. This silo isn't really much closer, I know. It also, like, spits you out in a really weird location. But again, I just feel like you could solve 90% of the Borderlands 4 problems by getting rid of the open world map concept. Like, again, I'm fine with Kairos as is. Like, having all these different areas, and having them all connect together, and you can go wherever you want, whenever you want. You can go whichever direction. You can do whichever challenges you want in whatever order, or whichever missions. But I feel like a big issue is the fact that the map is so goddamn big, and you always have to load the different parts of the map. And I feel like that, like, tanks performance. Like, we're literally... Actually, why am I only getting, like, 30 frames here? And did I... Is there, like, a frame rate cap? Actually, where is that? No. What the fuck? Chad, am I, like, tripping out? Is it... Yeah, here it is. I have it limited to 60, but, like, why are we never hitting 60? But yeah. I want to go travel to Bloomreaper and showcase, hopefully showcase my point. Okay, we're hitting 40 frames here. But yeah, I feel like that's one of my big complaints about Borderlands 4. I don't think it needed an open world concept. I kind of like the idea, like I said, of just being able to just go wherever, whenever, and not be held back by anything. But I don't think Borderlands needed
What an end!
open world. You think about Borderlands 2, not open world, still successful. Or you think about even Borderlands 3, like that was a little bit more open world in a way. But I feel like it was
Click, click, boom!
like, I don't know if Borderlands needed to be open world. I feel like making Borderlands 4 an open world concept created more problems than it solved. Like that's my personal opinion. You guys can tell me I'm wrong and that I'm doing everything incorrectly or that my PC sucks, because it does. But I just genuinely think that open world has created so many issues for Borderlands that shouldn't be there in the first place. Had it just been like a normal Borderlands game.
It's getting hot in here!
This is actually okay. This might be like an actual like PC skill issue here.
Nasty!
I do feel like my system is actually fucked here. But yeah, in like some of these like smaller map areas, I feel like I get better like frame rate, you know, stats.
I think I had a dream about you.
Because it is smaller. Like I remember like going into like Vault of Origo, or maybe it was Radix, I don't know. Or probably Inceptus, I don't know. I remember going into the vaults and thinking like, wow, I'm actually seeing 60 frames here. It's so nice to actually have 60 frames a second. Why can't I have it like anywhere else in the game?
Boom!
Oh my god. This is... Chat, we might just have to end stream. Like, I'm being honest. This might be just, like, a quick, like, 2-hour stream at this point. This is kind of, like, making me sick. Oh, I can also switch my shield back now. What's for dinner? Okay, now that we're here. Let's see. So, keep in mind, chat, I'm on non-mayhem mode right now. I'm on, specifically, no mayhem, normal mode. And we're gonna do Bloomreaper. We're gonna drop the 100k to get Bloomreaper. our rep kit for the bonus. We're gonna drop our action skill. We're gonna lag like a bitch, which it was not doing previously. Do that. Get off the platform. Get our action skill back. Deal with mobs. He jumps down. Tag him. Crit knife. Action skill. Almost die. And then complex move.
Snap.
See what I mean? Like, plowing through. Get our action skill back with the rep kit. Juggle these mobs.
I bet that hurt.
And look, dead. I honestly didn't see what the time was. Why is this guy still alive? I like genuinely didn't see what time we got. Even on like Mayhem 0. Also, let me... Okay, so OBS is taking a majority of my GPU resources. Do I have... video. Oh, shouldn't have clicked that one. I kind of just want to like see if I can turn down my preview quality in OBS. Okay. That did not answer my question. Oh my god, OBS is having a heart attack. Actually, everything's just having a heart attack. Yeah, chat, I was doing this like off stream and it was not having this much of a hard time. Oh. We gotta go to UVHM 1. What is this red dot on the screen? Oh. Okay. UVHM 1. Hopefully no difference. Oh, this is bad. Okay. Whatever. So as you can see, normal mode, Bloomreaper, easy. I'll do it on UVHM 1 to see if he actually, like, shows the timer or whatever.
It's time to leave.
bro.
Uh-oh.
Well.
Someone didn't kill me good enough.
There's that explosion thing I was talking about. What the fuck? Okay. Now he comes down here. We lag a lot more. Like, you see what I mean, chat? Like, this guy, UVHM 1, is not really that hard. Get my action skill back.
Time to explode!
See what I mean? This is not a hard boss. This is not a hard boss in the slightest. I was gonna say, like, let me go to UVHM 5 and prove that, but I think I'm gonna lag too much to actually get a successful kill. But, like, my point stands that I feel like Bloomreaper is pretty straightforward. Like, even, like, some of the things that frustrate me with Bloomreaper, again, like, I don't like the fact that, there are so many, like, badass enemies that I feel like take away from my ability to focus on Bloomreaper, or just, like, get in the way of my bullets. Like, I've literally tried to throw Atlas trackers at Bloomreaper, and some other creep jumps in my way and takes the tracker, and it just pisses me off. Because, like, it would be so much easier to... It would be so much less stressful if I wasn't being chased by 5 creeps within, you know, the arena. Like, I feel like that's the worst part of the Bloomreaper fight. It's not even Bloomreaper that's bad. It's the creeps in the arena. And then, I know everyone complains about it, but the fact that Bloomreaper has... Actually, he doesn't even have 2 invincibility phases. He has 3, chat. No one talks about Bloomreaper's 3rd invincibility phase. Because you have the first invincibility phase where... We're gonna go to UVHM 5 and attempt this shit. So, Bloomreaper has the first immunity phase where you break the... Well, you could count the Vile Crystals as an immunity phase. That's not what I'm talking about. Like, after you break the Vile Crystals, he goes undamageable and then has to set up the platform so that way you can't stand on that middle platform, and then gets himself ready to jump off to all the other different ones. That's the first immunity phase. The second one is when you get him down to 1/3 of his HP. He then has to go spawn the Sandstorm in. And those 2 immunity phases take about 40 seconds. I forget the exact numbers, but it's around like 20 and 20. I think the first one is like 23, 26 seconds. It's long. The 3rd immunity phase that no one talks about is if you shoot his eye too many times. I'm pretty sure it's if you shoot his eye too many times. He then kind of like he literally has an immunity phase and then falls over. Doesn't do anything. And what you have to do is you have to yank his eye out using your grapple thing. And that's how you kill him. And it does a significant amount of damage, depending on the UVHM level you're on. But until you do that, he is immune. And oftentimes, I don't know he's in that phase, because it goes from the immunity phase where his eye is either broken, and then it goes into the immediate next immunity phase where he needs to set up the Sandstorm. It'll do that, or he'll set up the sandstorm, and then immediately after, then he goes into the immunity phase where you have to yank his eye out. And I don't know that because I'm already on the middle platform while he's down on one of the other platforms. And that's a huge, like, waste of time to try and figure out when that's happening. Also, this is really bad, chat. We're so gonna lag out of this one. But yeah. The fact that there are so many immunity phases and the platinum reward is tied to the 1.5 minute thing. Like, if I miss a single shot, and I almost mean this, like, literally. If I miss a single thing, or if Bloomreaper does not go to the platform that I'm standing on, it's an instant, like, gold max. Like, I'm not getting platinum. And that wasn't even on, like, UVHM 5 I'm talking about. Because UVHM 5, he's going to have a lot more health. I didn't exactly try this yet, so this is a first for all of us, for the not cheese wedge experience. We are going to be specifically attempting to do this in this moment. So he's probably going to be... We're probably going to hit gold. I think gold at best is what we're going to hit. We're not going to hit plat. I think it's going to take too much time to, like, actually do the damage, even with a complex root and a dark beast. But yeah, so given that he has these immunity phases, that takes up a majority of your time, at least 50% of your time, to actually get the platinum reward, which is frustrating. I know everyone has been posting videos of how they actually get this platinum reward, you know, for killing Bloomreaper within the 1.5 minutes with the immunity phases. But keep in mind, I still killed Bloomreaper after 10 minutes, and I don't get rewarded. Like, I literally spent so much time attempting Bloomreaper that it was just like, okay, fight's over, go home. Meaning the timer just wasn't there. I have the highlight of it, you can go watch it. It includes me dying. But I think like Jolts had made this point, like, there should still be a reward for taking down Bloomreaper, even if you don't do it within the time to get, like, a platinum or gold reward. Like, you should still be rewarded something. Or have that... It's not just the satisfaction that you beat Bloomreaper. Because arguably, that satisfaction doesn't exist. This is an easy-ass boss. You saw me just take him down on on non-UVHM and UVHM 1. It's possible. It's, frankly, really easy. Even with, like, a half-ass setup. Again, go watch the highlight of me using a trouble build against him. Which is not even really the trouble build. It's just a half-assed Vex. Like, if I can do that with if I can do this fight with a half-assed Vex, where's the reward in actually, like, killing Bloomreaper? Sure, you can do it in a minute. That's great. Do you get much satisfaction out of that? Because you're just going to be doing it again. Anyways. Chat, let's see how bad this is. If I get a platinum finish on this, then I'm just gonna, like, call it a night. Although I don't think we're going to get it. We're a little bit behind time-wise. I don't know if that's because of... Oh, that's bad.
Your luck's about to turn real fast.
Okay. We're hitting gold, this one. Oh. Like, why is my action skill not going off? Or not recharging or undoing? Okay. Oh my god, you fucking moved. Okay, there's our...
Boosh.
And there goes our gold. Okay, now where's Bloomreaper?
Rise.
I did not time that right.
Pain.
UVHM 6! Granted, it's not a platinum finish. But you see what I mean, chat? This is not a hard boss. This is a frustrating boss. The same way that Skyspanner Cratch is a frustrating boss for me. Because he just knocked me out of the arena that I was fighting in. And he, like, hits like a truck. That's a frustrating boss. Skyspanner Cratch itself is not a hard boss. And doesn't really deserve the title of, like, worst boss in Borderlands. Dare I say. No, he absolutely deserves that. Just so poorly set up. But, like, this is what I'm saying. Granted, I have one of the more meta setups. Again, I grabbed it from a YouTuber. I have Complex Root, I have the Dark Beast, I'm using a Crit Knife, Triple Bypass, Teen Witch is kind of unnecessary. I only have a double amp Watts for Dinner. And then, whatever, I didn't even realize I had this on. And then the skills. Again, it's you can't see. This is, I have the 3 on the side, the 1 point into Red Tree, and then the specializations I showcased before. I feel like this is... Again, this is not a hard boss. It's a frustrating boss because you have to bounce around all the different platforms. You have the enemies, you know, all of the enemies, like, you know, kind of crowding around you. They have frequently downed me, as you kind of saw in the first part of that UVHM 5 fight. I don't know if it was because I hit, like, a bomb or something that was on the platform, or if I shot my Dark Beast too close to my face. It's whatever. I'll go down. I'll get back up. It is frustrating that, you know, the enemies are just so plentiful and, like, they have so much health on UVHM 5 that you can't, like, deal with them properly. I don't know. I get overwhelmed. And then the invincibility phases. It's just kind of sucks. I was gonna see if I could try and get, what's it called? I was gonna see if I could maybe show you guys where the eye becomes invincible and you have to, like, yank it out. But I genuinely think I might be done with Borderlands for today. This is, like, giving me a headache, and it's really bad. Or not a bad headache, but it's frustrating me. Like, it's frustrating me. It's pissing me off. Like, there's no... I think it's literally because I have OBS open. Which is weird because it was working fine last time I had it open. I was gonna say, maybe we turn off Cheese Mingo. Let me try this. I'll turn off Cheese Mingo. I'll turn off my Google Chrome. We weren't using Discord in the first place, so we maybe... I don't think any resources are being devoted to that. Do I want to try it without the... I don't know. I'll try it this way. I also do not want to do this fight on UVHM 6, but I might as well because it auto-set me. Let's see how... Okay, the frame rate isn't any better. It is purely Borderlands and OBS. It's a little better. Oh, I'm supposed to be top of this. Bro, what is this crystal's deal? Should it, like, blow up? Okay. Got this. Action skill. Get rid of that guy. This guy. And, of course, he went to the other platform. Thanks, Bloomreaper. Really appreciate you, bud.
Fight me!
Ow. Really, dude? Go down. Really,
No more
dude?
games.
Get back up there. Okay. That's not what I wanted.
Adequate.
Oh, okay. Hello, Bloomreaper, I'm back. Not a hard boss! Not a hard boss at all! Again, maybe it's because I have a more meta setup. Here's the kit and everything. I just realized we had this weird Fugi React tech thing on. I also don't think I have... Do I have my... No, the Pogo Mans are on. Yeah, so this is the setup. That... Sorry, this is now with caffeine. Here's my Dark Beast. Here's my Complex Root. Triple Bypass. Crit Knife. Sorry, half the text is being covered up. Teen Witch. Double Amp Watts for dinner. Malawan Enhancement. Like, bro. This is not a difficult boss. By any means. It's... Also, I didn't need that at all. Okay, I gotta get out of this game. This is starting to hurt my head. Again, not the platinum finish. But it still gave me the credit for beating Bloomreaper on UVHM 5. So, it counts as a win in my book. And literally a win in Borderlands' book. Okay, let me get Cheesemango back up. I miss my boy. I might have just double opened the program. I gotta quit out of this game. And now we're back to 60 frames. Cool. Oh, do I have to, like, refresh my capture source? Is that what I gotta do? Oh, there we go. Hi, Cheese Mango. Welcome back. Let me get Discord up, too. Okay, so that's kind of a buzzkill of a stream. Like, that's like a genuine buzzkill. Like, not only does Borderlands 4 not run properly on my system while I have OBS up, I've basically, I did what I was gonna do, where I go, sorry, I'm trying to get this Fugi tech thing to go away. But yeah, the goal was to get to UVHM 6. I'm there. I could go perfect my build, but it's just gonna be watching me farm laggy the entire time. So I'm just gonna go back to just chatting. We're gonna talk about Borderlands 4. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I closed Chrome. I'm sorry if you guys start hearing me because I'm opening my Chrome tab. Oh, cool. It stayed muted. I just wanted to check to see if my category changed. Okay. Let me go. We're just gonna change the title too. Did that change? There we go. Okay. Yeah, I can't be bothered to, like, we had like 4,000 dropped frames from our render and encoding lag, maybe combined the same frames. I just can't be bothered with that now. So I don't remember. Let me see. I think it's on this account that I have the note. Where's my Google Drive? Okay. Here we go. So I was starting to compile a list of all my thoughts on Borderlands 4, and I definitely didn't finish it, but I will attempt to kind of go through everything. Also, I won't share, like, I could go over here and do this, but I feel like that's too much of a flashbang for you guys, so I'm just gonna go chat through it. Also, if you guys did find yourselves enjoying the Borderlands 4 content, feel free to drop a follow. I'd greatly appreciate it. I would highly recommend you instead go look at the YouTube, where I'm pretty sure some of those Borderlands 4 VoDs hit 60 frames a second, at least at one point. There's literally like 20 some episodes of my first playthrough with this current Vex. She's had some changes to her build along the way, but that it's still the same Vex character. But yeah, now we're gonna discuss Borderlands stuff. So this is just like a compilation of stuff. There's really no order that I had with these notes. I do have them sorted into the good, the bad, and the meh. And then like some of them double dip here and there, but I'll try to explain everything as best as I can, just kind of give my thoughts on Borderlands 4 in general. Mainly because we've finished the story, we've finished all the side quests and the collectibles, we've beaten Bloomreaper, we beat the not the full vault card, but we did the mission and everything. And granted, like I said before, I do have other Vault Hunters to play. I do have other experiences to be had in this game. And we also have DLC that's supposed to be coming in 2026. So my opinion is guaranteed to change at some point. I'm really hoping it does for the better. As we get more content and more updates, and hopefully Gearbox fixes some things with Borderlands 4. But as it stands right now, this game, I don't even know the proper way to describe it. The way I was talking with Chris before is that I've been very impressed by specific aspects of Borderlands 4, but equally disappointed in other aspects. And I really, really want to be impressed by this game, and I really want to like it a lot, because it is, in a way, a good game. I think there are things that hold it back. I feel bad calling it a meh game, especially because I spent $70 fucking on this. Like, I didn't even buy the super deluxe version. I just bought the normal version, and I feel like potentially honestly, chat, if you've been thinking about playing Borderlands 4, like, if you still haven't bought the game, wait until after the DLC comes out. Please wait until the DLC comes out. Like, all of it. Wait until all the content creators have gone through, did reviews, put out, like, proper builds and everything, and hopefully Gearbox will have their shit together by then. And then you can play Borderlands 4, because it will probably be on discount, even for the super deluxe version. And you'll be able to do all the different content things. You'll be able to have a full experience. You won't run out of things to do. You'll have endgame stuff. And hopefully all of the issues I'm about to talk about will be ironed over. Which is not going to happen. So again, the TLDR, I think it's one of the games of all time. There are good things, there are bad things, and I really hope things change for the better in the future. So, with that being said, the movement system is really good. It's a little bit of a learning curve to know when to dash and when to pull out your vehicle to get around. But for the most part, the movement feels really good. It's pretty snappy. It's pretty fluid. My one issue with the movement system is more that when I try to do certain side dashes, it doesn't dash to the side. I particularly noticed this with, I think it's Varaxis, the Thresher Worm boss, in the Auger Mine in the Coastal Bypass or whatever. Like, that first Auger Mine that you can't even get to because you didn't get to that part of the story. When I was fighting that Thresher, it has this attack where it kind of, like, spirals towards you and, like, lunges at you. And the best way to dodge this is to jet to the side. And 90% of the time when I jet to the side, I jet backwards or forwards instead, which I don't really like. I feel like that's more just like an input issue, just with like how I'm like hitting my WASD or which way I'm looking. I feel like it could be fixed with just better understanding and awareness of which way I'm facing, but it's a little bit frustrating when I go to dash to the left and I go forward into the boss's mouth. But other than that, the movement system's great. I really do like the catch-a-ride system that they have, where you can just spawn your car from literally wherever. It's a nice convenience to have. And I think, as Zane pointed out, it's very much like a quality of life thing. I will say the one issue with the car thing, and this goes to like the open world map. A lot of people have mentioned that Borderlands 4 is very much a driving simulator, where you have to drive around to all the different like spots, which is frustrating. I didn't really have too much of an issue with it. It's more of like a minor nitpick, if I am really being honest, but it is a little bit frustrating that, you know, you always are driving somewhere. And like there's not too, like, even when you have a fast travel or like an order silo, you're usually having to drive somewhere. I will also comment that I love the order silos. Like, they're a really nice way to get around. My one issue is that I don't like how when you take an order silo, it directs you in a very specific direction when you like grapple on. So if I hit an order silo, it'll send me like, say, northeast. And say I want to go southwest instead. I then have to like kind of like hard crank my mouse or whatever to like turn around. And I feel like I lose a lot of momentum as a result of that. Now, I could just take a car and not have to deal with the order silo, but I also feel like you get a lot of distance with the order silo, and how far you get to glide with that. It's a really nice piece, but I feel like it needs a little bit of work. One of the other things I really liked about Borderlands 4, the guns. I think Borderlands 3, the guns were also really good. Really, all the Borderlands guns, I feel like they have their, even if there are like, you know, ones that don't shine as bright, literally, there are a lot of really good weapons and a lot of really good weapon systems across the Borderlands franchise. I feel like the guns in Borderlands 4 are a good blend between what we got in Borderlands 3 and what we knew from Borderlands 2, at least like our more savantist, if that's a word, like our more savant players of the Borderlands community. Because in Borderlands 2, it was very important, or not very important, but it mattered what parts you got on your gun. And they were also like cross manufacturer. So in Borderlands 2, you could get a Jacobs shotgun with a Torg barrel, which would make it a quad. And then if you got it with a Jacobs grip, the underbarrel, or yeah, the underbarrel grip, you would have an extra, I think it's an extra, no, not an extra projectile. You get bonus reload speed and mag size, which is really nice. Like, I enjoyed that. I also enjoyed, like, that grind to look for those specific weapons in Borderlands 2. And they kind of did away with that in Borderlands 3. They did still have, like, a part system in Borderlands 3, but it was a lot more complex, and it was manufacturer specific. So, all the Jacobs shotguns had their own parts on it. I remember early in Borderlands 3's lifetime, I was looking at like a Tediore build. So I would always be looking for homing Merv Tediores, whether they be pistol, shotgun. I think I tried to find SMG and everything. And I was starting to learn some of the parts there, but those like Tediore parts would never appear on any other like weapon in Borderlands 3. With the exception of like COV, because that was a naturally like scrapped together gun. Like they purposely took weapon elements from various manufacturers and put them together to make their own COV weapons, which was a nice touch. And that's still very apparent in like Ripper and COV weapons in Borderlands 4. So like, for example, Borderlands 3, you could see the Borderlands 2 Torg assault rifle barrel on some of your assault rifles. You'd have it like mixed with a Vladov 3-barrel minigun barrel, which is really cool. I enjoyed that aspect. But Borderlands 4, they brought back the licensed manufacturer parts. So if you've been paying attention to like Borderlands builds or like which guns are meta, you might have heard people talk about how you want like, say, Torg sticky mag on your bod, or you want like the Jacobs accessory for whichever gun you're getting. Or you might have noticed it, like say you got a Lucian's flank. The Lucian's flank guaranteed to always have that Jacobs accessory because the whole concept of the gun is that it ricochets to other enemies. I think that aspect is really cool. And not only that, but you get a lot of really unique weapons. from that. And I don't just mean legendaries, such as like ceramic bod. Like I remember early on in my playthrough of Vex, I had a purple Jacob's pistol that when I reloaded it, it would merv out into like Teedior grenades, which you would never think of a Jacob's pistol. And on top of that, it was a corrosive Jacob's pistol. That was insane. I loved that concept. And like sticking with like Jacob's pistols, there were like Jacob's pistols with the Torg mag, the Torg sticky mag. It changed the look of the gun. It gave it a new design to like implement the accessory. It changed how the weapon performed. It was sick. And it really brought power to the purple rarity weapons. Even some of the blue rarity weapons you could get like really good parts on. But it, like I said, it brought glory back to purple weapons in the game, which I feel like is something that was missing from Borderlands 3. Like, I know there were some Jacob shotguns that, like, you know, like Jacob shotguns, Doll ARs, COV ARs, like, where if you got like a purple in Borderlands 3, you could use it. But nowadays, maybe it's just because we're still early in the Borderlands 4 life cycle, a lot of the purple rarity weapons in Borderlands 4 are extremely viable and almost preferred over legendaries. I know Lazy Data had a video talking about like post bleed nerf Vex, and I think it was that video where a number of like the setups that he had were just with like purple rarity weapons, just with specific parts on it. If I remember correctly, there was a purple Jacob shotgun with the spread launcher underbarrel. There was the Picton order sniper, I think with Torg impact mag specifically. And you would charge it up and fire that. There was the, oh man, it wasn't the knife launcher with the Torg pistol. Whatever the underbarrel launcher for the Torg pistol was, he was using that. Maybe like cleaver launcher or whatever. Like he used that and would one shot like bosses with a purple. And it's really nice to see the purple weapons return to glory in Borderlands 4, because if you think back to like Borderlands 2 and Borderlands the pre-sequel, you get a purple Jacobs quad there and you're smooth sailing. Like that's, dare I say, better than some of the Jacobs shotguns you could get or like some of the legendary shotguns you can get in Borderlands 2. Like I remember Krieg, you could do the reflection kill with the antagonist and a purple Jacob shotgun, and that was like the preferred method. You could use the Hydra, which was a blue rarity weapon, and that would do really well in the same concept. But again, the gun part system, just phenomenal. It's really nice to have like all these different like licensed parts and see how they impact the gameplay of everything. I will say, kind of as like a caveat to things, and it's not really the gun part system that it's a complaint of, but I had mentioned this in another stream. There are no blue rarity unique weapons. So an example of that would be the Hydra in Borderlands 2. That was a blue rarity shotgun with the red flavor text and a special, thing. So in concept, it would be it's of course a unique weapon, but it's more accessible than a legendary and potentially less powerful, even though it was very powerful compared to the legendaries. And it's weird that we don't have any blue rarity uniques in Borderlands 4. Part of that is I feel like in the case of like say the Hydra, the Hydra could technically be considered a legendary, especially with the fact that it is a unique weapon. like, why is it a blue rarity? Or the Sandhawk in Borderlands 2. Like, that was a very powerful SMG for being a blue rarity. And they changed that with like Borderlands 3. They made the Sandhawk a legendary sniper instead. Um, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, where are the blue rarity uniques? Like, why are all the uniques like legendary? I feel like it kind of incorrectly inflates the point of a legendary in a way. Because like some of those blue rarity uniques were just guns with like quirks. For example, the shotgun 1340 in Borderlands 2, which you get from a mission reward, which is usually where you get most of your blue rarity uniques. The shotgun 1340 was the same as any other blue rarity Hyperion shotgun with a TDR barrel. The only difference was it talked to you. That was it. It didn't have any like special weapon bonus. It was just a blue rarity TD or a blue rarity Hyperion shotgun TDR barrel, and it talked. But now you don't see that in Borderlands 4. In fact, if it's a piece of gear or a gun that talks to you, it's a legendary. Maybe that's just because they thought, oh, this is a legendary. Maybe we could add on top of its currently existing effect. Maybe we could have it talk to you. That would be cool, right? The answer is no. Talking guns are not cool anymore. So maybe it's like that. But I feel like the biggest reason we don't see blue rarity uniques anymore is because they weren't valuable in Borderlands 3. Take the spatula SMG you get from doing the mincemeat and truffle munch mission in on Pandora. That SMG sucked, but it was a blue rarity unique. And I feel like because no one used it or talked about it, it's why would the devs invest any time in making the blue rarity uniques? Or like putting them into the game if they're not actually going to be useful. Which I think is a little bit of a disappointment, but it's also kind of understandable from a developer standpoint. So I feel like my solution to that, because it would be really nice to see, blue rarity uniques return. But it's important to remember how they're balanced and which ones are classified as like, a unique, which ones are blue rarity, and like which ones are potentially legendary. Like for example, the Sandhawk, clearly a legendary type of weapon, is very powerful. Very deserving of, a legendary role. However, you look at Borderlands 2 again, some of like the pearlescents. I was gonna say Unforgiven, but Unforgiven is powerful in the right hands. Unforgiven, I feel like, is like a proper legendary, or it could be like a purple unique. We'll stick with that. The Unforgiven. The Unforgiven is just extremely high crit chance, or not crit chance, crit damage. So it was just a really high crit multiplier. I feel like that didn't need to be a pearlescent. Like, it was cool. It was very rare as a result of being pearlescent. But like at times it didn't really feel pearlescent. I feel like legendary is a good ranking for the Unforgiven, but I can see it being dropped down to being like a blue rarity unique. Because outside of the fact that you can hold the Unforgiven, chuck a grenade, sorry, I hit my mic. You could chuck a grenade while you have the Unforgiven out, and it would crit, like, for really high damage. Or in Borderlands 3, you stick up an enemy with like a Torg sticky shotgun, and like say like Moe's or Flax, like fadeaway skill. Like you stick up an enemy with a Torg sticky, and then swap away to the Unforgiven. You're now doing additional crit damage, which is nice, but is that really like a legendary worthwhile? Again, I feel like there's can be some like balancing around of like weapons and rarities. The sideshow I think is a unique within Borderlands 4 that should not be a legendary. I think that should be a blue rarity unique because no one in their right mind is making a build with that specific Tediore pistol. And it's really not worth a legendary spot. I feel like it's very much more a blue rarity unique, where it's like a fun thing to have, but not a practical thing to go out and hunt for. But again, that's I feel like a little bit of an aside. Um I do think a lot of the weapons they've added are really good, really unique as well. I'm excited to see how they potentially bring out new weapons or bring back old weapons, and how they will change based on the part system. Sorry, long tangent there. The next thing I have on my good list is actually no longer a good thing. Well, it's really more of a meh. Because I finally like finished the game technically. So now I have an understanding of where this really comes into play. A lot of people have complained about Borderlands 4 not having endgame content. So after you beat the campaign, sure you have side missions, sure you have collectibles and activities, and you can go farm and create your build. And there's also like vault card stuff. I know there's DLC coming, but outside of that, there's nothing else to do within Borderlands 4. Like even like ranking up to UVHM 5, you're farming the same bosses over and over again. Like it like the it's that and then the wild card missions of replaying the story, which is not really what anyone wants to do. And that very much stands out to me now. Now that like, I've actually like finished everything. Because I did enjoy the fact that Borderlands 4 is just there's so much to do in this game. Like, chat, I cannot stress to you enough. The character I have now has 100+ hours on her. And that was like as we were completing the campaign and all the side quests and stuff. So I feel like there is a good amount of content in this game to where you can potentially not be bored with it. And I say that like kind of sparingly because I was of this mentality when I wrote this list that yes, there is a lot of content in Borderlands 4. It took me so long to get through it that I don't know how like various creators and other Borderlands players are feeling burnout for this game. When there's just, you can do so much and you can do it on 4 different versions of like a character or whatever. Because you have the 4 Vault Hunters is what I mean. But then I played the wildcard mission. Actually, I started to play the wildcard mission on stream. My game crashed, and then I went back to not doing that. And then I actually ended up playing the wildcard mission offline. And I realized what everyone was complaining about. No one wants to play the story again, which is sad for like the people who wrote the story. So why are we playing through the story again? Like, we have to like trudge through it. Well, the big complaint with Borderlands 3 was we had to go through the story again in order to like start up a new character or whatever. We had to sit through all this dialogue and everything. And what the Borderlands like devs did going forward, what Gearbox did was they made the end game like for reaching UVHM 5 and probably the higher UVHM levels whenever they come out, because I'm guessing we're gonna go up to like UVHM 10 at some point. But they decided that the way to get to those higher UVHM levels, the more difficult parts of the game, is you have to play the story again, which is not how I wanted to do that. Like, I remember my exact reaction on stream to like the wildcard missions is, oh, I have to play the story again. Because otherwise, I am against a dialogue skip in Borderlands. Like, if you really wanted a game where you didn't have to listen to the story, then you should not be playing a story-based game. It's like, why would I want to play Doki Doki Literature Club, a visual novel, if all I'm going to do is skip through the dialogue? That's the mentality. What I fear is that Borderlands has become more of a, I don't want to call it like a Diablo game, but I know K6 talked about how when he played Diablo, he didn't care for the story at all. He just wanted to like play the game. And that's where I feel Borderlands is, especially considering so many people have hit endgame and don't want to do anything with like the story ever again. Like, they'll play it once and they never want to play it again. That's where I feel Borderlands is. So naturally, you know, they don't even want to like play through on a new Vault Hunter and like witness what the story difference is between the, you know, the different like Vault Hunters now that they have like very unique dialogue and everything. But to get back to the amount of content in Borderlands 4. Yes, I do stand by there is a lot between the story, the side quests, and the activities and collectibles. I do think there's a lot there. However, now that I've done that all, I don't really want to do it again, and I'm kind of out of things to do in Borderlands 4. Yes, I can play through a new character. Again, I don't really want to. There's not DLC out yet, which I guess I just have to be patient for. And then the only endgame content, at least right now, you have the Mercenary Day Vault Card Pack, whatever they're calling it. They have that really short campaign, and then you have Bloomreaper, who we just beat, and now don't have to beat ever again, because we're UVHM 6 until we hit like a new Vault Hunter. So yeah, that's kind of disappointing. A lot of people also mentioned that, like with Borderlands 2, Terramorphous was in the game. Vermivorous was also in the game on launch, might I add. Like, all of that came out on launch, and Vermivorous was like particularly like difficult. Like, Terramorphous, you could like access him in normal mode, and it would be like level 50 when you're normally like level 32, 36 at the max, and you'd realize like, oh, I have to go level up and actually go do another playthrough in order to fight Terramorphous. And you have to like get through, like get like an actual build going, yada yada, get like the meta weapons, and that was a proper challenge. And then you had Vermivorous for after you beat Terramorphous, because you would have, well, you would at first have to go through the process of finding Vermivorous, and then you could only spawn it in a 4-player co-op lobby, and you had to specifically like work your ass off to like find it. And that was in the game on launch, and that was content that people could go through and do. And then again, just like side missions in general. Like, say you beat the campaign, you can now go back and do side missions. Maybe you missed something. So now you get to potentially go do something different. Which, again, I think this will be, like, this complaint will be in a better spot as DLC comes out. But right now, I do see that despite there being a lot of things to do in Borderlands 4, there's really not that much before it starts repeating itself. So I do want to kind of move that down to like a meh, because again, I don't see like how people have like managed to sink 700 hours into this game already. Like, I feel like if you have 700 hours in this game and you're complaining about there not being any content, I feel like that's at least 50% your fault. It's like, oh, I've done everything in the game. Now I don't have anything to do. Like, I wonder why. Like, I don't mean that in like a mean or condescending way, but it's just kind of like shocking to see people complain about not having anything to do after they've just kind of put so many hours into doing everything. Like, part of the reason I thought that, there's a lot of content to do in Borderlands 4 is because I didn't play it every single day. Yes, I streamed it a lot, since its release, but that was like once or twice a week because I got other things going on. And that has allowed me to kind of extend the life of Borderlands 4. And I feel like that's more of a reasonable reflection of how everyone else is playing it. And again, I hate to go against like the content creators that like this is their life and they're kind of out of things to do and they're out of things to make content off of, but that's also kind of your fault. And I also say that being a content creator in a way. Like, you got to pace things out. You got to have other things to do. And I think they've, people have learned that. They've done everything they want to in Borderlands 4 at the moment, so they go do something else, which is okay. I feel like that's a perfect and healthy way to go about it. What I don't think is perfect and healthy is sinking so many hours into Borderlands 4 that you literally exhaust the game and yourself. But that's neither here nor there. I'll take whatever slack, or I'll take whatever, criticisms for that. Like I said, I don't mean it in like a super mean or condescending way. But I also don't think that there's really that much of a lack of content in Borderlands 4. Anyways, moving on. I really, really like the Vault Hunter personalities in this game. I have been listening to the different echo logs as I pick them up, and I, of course, listen to Vex every time she makes a comment in regards to a side mission or responding to a character. And I feel like the Vault Hunter personalities in Borderlands 4 are so much better than any of the previous Borderlands games. I do know the Borderlands 2 Vault Hunters were pretty good. I think that also goes for like the pre-sequel ones. And Borderlands 3 was pretty good. Like, they had a lot more character, for each of the Vault Hunters. I just feel like they didn't have as much to say as the Borderlands 4 Vault Hunters. And they all like react in a different way. Like, actually feels like the Vault Hunters are characters that can change and be dynamic. I know a couple of people have made this comment in regards to, like, say, Ava being a playable Vault Hunter, that they wouldn't make Ava a playable character because then she can't, like, actually, like, learn and develop and be dynamic. Because she'd just be a playable character. She's supposed to be static and supposed to be like what you make her out to be. Which I don't necessarily agree with that. And I feel like Borderlands 4 does a pretty good job of like at least like starting to cross that barrier. Again, I feel like the personalities that we see are really good and they are in a way dynamic. Where they learn kind of, how things are, that things aren't, I don't know how to explain it. But to get back to the point, I feel like these Vault Hunters are a lot more enjoyable than other Vault Hunters in the past. I mainly point out Rafa. I love Rafa's personality. I can't stress how excited I am to play Rafa eventually. I know I'm kind of putting it off a lot just because I want to like fully exhaust my Vex first and also not have to go through the story again. But dude, Rafa is just such a like a stand-up guy. He's really funny. He's got a lot of wit to him. I think even Vex has like, some of that like kind of like, I don't want to say like cringy, but that really like angsty teenager vibe. that you would expect from someone that would look like that. And I hate to kind of, make assumptions and everything. But I think that does build like that does have a good character to it. And while Vex will say cringy things every now and then, I think part of the cringe is like it's good that I cringe because that's how it's supposed to be. Um I have not really seen too much of Harlow. I know Harlow's, from what I've heard from like the echo logs, like a really like sweet and caring person. So I'm curious to see how a playthrough of Harlow is gonna be. Just to like see their personality. And then Amon, I feel like is a little bit more on the stoic side of things. I have yet to really like watch like proper playthroughs of these characters. Um but again, I feel like really comfortable saying that I like these 4 Vault Hunters in their personality. Now, when it comes to their skills and builds, it's a little bit up in the air right now. When we talk about Vex specifically, Trouble needs a buff. Like I think Moxie said that like Trouble of course got a buff recently where he does like a blink attack when he's too far away. But Trouble needs to be doing at least like 2 to 3 times more, like 2 to 3 times the damage he's already doing to be remotely viable. And I very much felt that when I was playing Vex. Like Trouble was nice to have around, but just did not keep up. And that's sad because Trouble is such a fun to have around. And it's just like I want to see like more build diversity, even at least from Vex. Like I want to see people put together like a Trouble build that can compete with Kill Skill Vex or Bleed Vex. I know Moxie put out a like an updated like clone Vex, like a Reaper Spectre Vex build that's like actually capable of bossing properly. And that's really cool to see as well. But I think this comes up a lot when you look at like how people are taking down Bloomreaper. It's all the same shit. Like everyone's using Rafa with the unlimited ammo action skill, just using ceramic bod, sticking up enemies, and then they just explode after the action skill ends. I feel like I need to see more of other action skills. Like if every Vault Hunter has 3 different action skills, I feel like I'm only seeing 2 of the what, like 12 action skills there are in the game. Like we got to have some diversity, people. And I think that also goes the same for like the skills themselves within a build. Like I know there are important ones that you can't pass up, but like I hate going into like a Vex build and it's like picking the same green tree skills, picking the same blue tree skills. Maybe that's just because I'm upset that Trouble doesn't have a proper build, but I want to see some variety in the kind of setups that we're using. And again, if I know there's someone out there, well, there are definitely people out there that have like Trouble builds, but like I want to see people like take down Bloomreaper with Trouble. That's what I'm looking for. That's the kind of diversity I want to see. I want to see like the skill or the action skills that no one is using be put to use and be viable. But that's not the Vault Hunter personalities. Again, I love the Vault Hunter personalities. I love their different lines, even if they are cringy at times. It feels like it brings like a new life to the game and everything. All right, next on my list of, we're still in the good, by the way. So this is nice. Even though I have a lot to say that's on the bad and meh side, which is also going to happen again. I'm sorry, chat. I really like my 2 favorite bosses in this game are Inceptor and Idolater Saw. Like those 2 specifically. And I know they're very early on in the game, so it's a little bit like, like maybe that's just like a recency bias thing of picking your favorite, bosses, but I kid you not when I say when I fought Inceptor and then when I fought Saul, every other boss after that was mid. Because keep in mind, like, I feel like Borderlands doesn't really have a super high skill level for the different bosses, but I wanted like challenging bosses, and Inceptor and Saul actually did that properly, and then everything else was just like meh. Also, Dolphin, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, we're like ranting about Borderlands 4 because Borderlands 4 is not working for me properly. Like I'm having like performance issues, and also I've done most of the things in the game, and I feel like I can share my opinions on it. So strap in for opinions on Borderlands 4. The TLDR is I feel like you should very much wait until all the DLC is out and it goes on sale. They make stuff for that, Yeah. I'm honestly like one of my goals for 2026, and I talked about this early on in stream. I think I need to get some upgrades for my PC. I currently rock a 3060, like a regular 3060 graphics card. And I have an Intel i9 10th gen CPU, and I feel like one of those two needs an upgrade. I like this boo-womp sound effect. Yeah, it's a good one. But yeah, one of my goals I think is going to be to upgrade my PC because the game I want to play the most is not running properly. Like I was really only hitting 40 frames per second max, and it was more like 30, like 20 to 30. It was really bad. It was like starting to make me sick. But yeah, now we're just kind of, instead of playing Borderlands 4, we're complaining about it and like in full review. Again, I stand by the fact that like I think there's a good amount of value in Borderlands 4, but now that I've gone through it all, I think you guys should wait till it goes on sale and also get the DLC. I spent all my channel points on Boo-Womp. What do I do now? You lurk around until you get more channel points to spend on Boo-Womp. That's at least what the rest of the community does. I don't know why you guys like burn all your points like that. I try to make them cheap so that way you guys can do that, but also I know there's a lot of people out there who have too many channel points. But anyways, Borderlands 4 bosses. I have zero fiscal responsibility. Yeah, me too, bud. Me too. Money or channel points, it's all the same. Yeah. Me too, bud. Me too. Okay. Borderlands 4 bosses. I really enjoyed how Inceptor, the way his attack patterns work, it actually forces you to start to learn how and when he attacks and how to properly maneuver around those attacks. Like Inceptor, I feel like is the one that does this best and is the one boss in Borderlands history that properly compares to something like on the level of like Dark Souls. I know I haven't played Dark Souls or any of the other corresponding games, but Inceptor felt like a proper boss that felt challenging, and like actually beating Inceptor felt rewarding, even though Inceptor drops you nothing. Like I would go fight Inceptor just to enjoy the fight of Inceptor. And the same goes for Saul. I thought Saul's fight was set up really well. I know he has the immunity phase technically with his bio armor. But I thought that was a really well implemented concept of you had to wait for Saul to, do the attack with the spikes and everything, one of which would launch the bio canister you would have to grab and throw at him, and then you can start doing damage to him. Saul also did have a few other attacks where he kind of like swept the floor with like a sword or something, which I thought was really good. Again, looking at, just like a more involved fight where you have to be aware of everything that's going on. Um, I really enjoyed those. And I know there were a couple different bosses along the way that we fought. They were just like normal Borderlands mini bosses. Um, but yeah, Inceptor and Saul were two of my favorite bosses, really ever in Borderlands history. And then I went up to Terminus Range and I went to fight. Or I think I fought Origo first before I got to Vialictor. I stand by that. Even though Origo is supposed to be the highest health bar enemy in the game, like with the most hit points, that's one of the easiest bosses in the game. Origo was just no challenge at all. The concept was shoot the spikes on his back and jump around, jump over his fire beam. Don't stand in the fire. Like, it's really rudimentary boss fight. And also don't fall off the platform that doesn't have a fence around it. And again, maybe that's because I chunked half of his health. Or not half of his health. Like, I took out a giant portion of Origo's health with the ballista when I first got it. And that kind of instilled this confidence in me that said, like, oh, I can definitely take this boss down so much easier than I really thought. But yeah, Origo was kind of a pushover. I didn't see any challenge in that. Even Vialictor. Like, Vialictor is one of those bosses that, maybe because it's like an overall like world boss, he's often shown off in like, build videos of like, hey, you can instantly melt Vialictor with this build. Like, I feel like that has something to say about it, but Vialictor was so easy. I think we have like some sort of like clip or some sort of video evidence maybe of that. I definitely have my initial fight of him, but like as soon as I got a Dark Beast and went back to farm Vialictor, it was just cakewalk, bro. Like that, Vialictor was a pushover. And then don't even get me started about Callus. Like, I don't care which form I'm fighting, she's too easy. Like, she has some interesting mechanics, but too easy. And that's how I feel about most of the bosses in Borderlands. It's just like you shoot them enough times until they're not alive anymore. Everything else is just kind of rudimentary for a boss. Like, I really, like, when I ask for something more challenging in Borderlands, I mean something like Dark Souls. I mean something like Remnant 2. And I say Remnant 2 because I played Remnant 2. I haven't played the other Remnant. But like, I want something challenging in that regard, where like there are specific attacks that you have to understand in order to not get hit by them and not die instantly to them. I think Borderlands 4 is starting to get the hang of it, but hasn't yet. I think there's a lot of learning that Borderlands 4 devs have to do. I think they're in the right direction. I just need them to get there faster. Granted, I feel like having easier bosses in the game is better in a way, so that way you get you can allow like less experienced players to come in and have a good time and not be frustrated with everything. Like, not everyone's a masochist. Not everyone wants to like torture themselves with a super hard boss on day one of their playthrough. But I do think there should be, like, say, if you look at Vialictor, instead of just giving him more health for, like, say, like, Big Encore or whatever, there should be, an updated Vialictor fight. Sort of like with, like, Ista in Borderlands 3's DLC, where, like, you would fight him once, he would have one kind of gimmick, and then you fight him again, he's, of course, got more health, but has a second gimmick that you have to figure out. And then the third time you fight him, he has more health and a third gimmick. Like, where are those bosses? Like, that's what I'm looking for. But, you know, it's kind of hard to develop that and, like, keep the game balanced in a way. Which is why I think Aista is a pretty good example. Because Aista's, like, completely optional. You don't have to fight him. And you especially don't have to fight him after you've finished those missions. What I think, like I said, what I think should be a thing is that, like, the bosses could have 2 versions. And, like, it could be, like, the regular encore and then the big encore. Regular encore is just the normal fight. The normal rudimentary fight that I'm currently complaining about. And then for big encore, yes, maybe some more health, but new attack patterns. Like, this boss has learned from your last encounter, and now you have to learn how to counter him again. I think that would be a great update to Borderlands, but that specifically is so much to ask from devs. But I think would be super nice to see in, like, say, Borderlands 5. But again, I thought Inceptor and Saul were 2 of my favorite bosses. And of course, there are other, like, quote, favorite bosses within the game just for what they drop or the experience of actually, like, getting through them. Maybe they're, like, super easy to get through. And I do enjoy that to a degree. But I fought Inceptor and I was like, yes, this is what I want. This is what I want out of Borderlands now. And I never got it again. I sort of got it with Saul, but never got it again after that. Sorry, I think my straw is coming undone for water. Next thing on my good list, which is kind of a shoo-in. Levane. Hard stop. I've talked about this before on stream in a way. Levane's hot. That's it. I think she's pretty, and I like pretty women in video games. This is really just like a break point to, like, laugh at the fact that, like, oh, pretty women, good thing in Borderlands. I do think Levane is a fantastic character. I really like her a lot, aside from how pretty she is. I feel like she has a really good personality. She has a lot of good, like, she's a great dynamic with Zane. And it's really cool to see how she goes about the campaign with your character. I also think it's nice to have another hot character along with Moxie, not just for the eventual Yuri that we're going to see of them, because it's probably being made as we speak. But it's nice to see someone else to fangirl over versus Moxie. Like, I remember Matt being in the Borderlands-a-thon streams being like, wow, Moxie's hot! I gotta get me a piece of that. Like, dude, get in line. Everyone wants Moxie. Like, you're not original. Whereas Levane, I would honestly say the same, because, like, everyone would want Levane. She's, like, designed to be hot. But it's nice to see, Levane be, like, a new hot character we can all simp over. But that's neither here nor there. Really more of a shoo-in just to, like, laugh about things. Alright, this next bullet point I have is really interesting. Because for the past couple of Borderlands-a-thons that I've done, I have hated Claptrap. And probably rightfully so. He's not supposed to be like a lovable character in a way. Like, Claptrap is literally his name. He's kind of the comedic relief character. He's supposed to be annoying. I really enjoyed Claptrap in Borderlands 4. Like, he literally has a mission where he kind of realizes, like, oh, this isn't Pandora anymore. I don't have to like carry the burden, like the weight of, you know, my previous mistakes and everything. I can let it all go and be a new robot. Like Claptrap literally has this moment of being like a genuine character and not an annoying piece of shit. And I commented on stream like, holy shit, we're seeing Claptrap character development. And I really enjoyed that. I feel like what Borderlands story is missing is more dynamic characters where from their experiences, you know, in the attempt to like deal with conflict, they learn something and become a better person at the end of the day. Like if you've taken an English class, if you remember what you've learned in those English classes, I should really say, like a good story involves a dynamic character like going through some sort of struggle. They find the answer to how to solve everything, and then they solve it and they learn something from the end, like at the end of the day, which makes them a dynamic character because they're not the same as when they started the plot, which I feel like is none of the Borderlands characters, like throughout history. Which is sad to say because like you have like characters like Handsome Jack, like arguably some of the best characters in video game history, and I still don't think they meet that like dynamic character, you know, description. And I feel like the Borderlands story could be actually worth replaying if they had some dynamic characters. Like you look at okay, this is going to be spoiler for Borderlands 4, but you look at Zadra. Zadra is a fantastic character. She's a little bit, I don't want to say like autistic in a way, but she's a little quirky where she is not your normal social person. She has a lot of like, you know, getting used to other characters to do. And she really doesn't like being around people and everything, but she kind of warms up to everyone else. You know, actually liking them, you know, communicating with them, doing things to like save them from imminent danger, which she normally wouldn't do. Probably because she has to earn trust and everything. But you kind of see how Zadra like changes in a way throughout the course of the campaign, and she has this moment at the end where she's like, maybe I can change, maybe the timekeeper can be different, maybe he can be reasoned with, maybe we can make him a better person, he can realize the wrongs that he's done and set that aside and be a better person. And instead of Zadra learning that, well, she does kind of learn that, you know, some people don't change and then dies. But like, I feel like maybe she should have had like a little bit more of a change. But again, I really liked Zadra as a character. I feel like she could do a little bit more. But like, you look at like Timekeeper. Timekeeper is like one of the most metal fucking antagonists we've had in a while. Do I think he competes with Handsome Jack? Maybe. He's just heartless. Like Jack at least had like a little bit of humor mixed into it, in a like a dark way. Like you think about how he has like Butt Stallion, or he has the story where the guy rushes him with the spoon and he's laughing about it like a complete psychopath, even though it is in a way kind of funny how he's recalling the story. Like Jack had that like dichotomy to him that made him, you know, a piece of shit, but also like someone who you could kind of get behind and enjoy as a character. Timekeeper, I feel like almost has that. He doesn't really have the kind of like lovableness that Jack did, if I want to say it that way, but I enjoyed how just full send Timekeeper was. Like, to prove points, Timekeeper would literally just possess someone and make them kill themselves in game. And it was shocking like to see that. I mean, it kind of wore off after a little while because, you know, like it's not a new bit anymore. Of course he's going to do it. Um but like the timekeeper has this like relentlessness that I feel like is underappreciated. And I feel like if we're talking about like dynamic characters, he almost has that. And it's almost what I would have wanted from like Jack in Borderlands 2, say. Um because after you defeat Timekeeper, like spoilers, you defeat him, like kind of a surprise there, right? Um but like after you defeat Timekeeper, he has this line where he says, everything breaks, even cages, meaning that Timekeeper has been like, you know, tied to this vault for however many years, and he can finally move on and do something else. I mean, granted, he's dead, so that something else is going to be in the afterlife, but he kind of has this like contentness to him after he dies, which is sort of what I would have wanted from Jack in Borderlands 2, because like you have Jack, like say you like take his like pre-sequel start, you know, he's looking to kind of work for like do the best he can for Hyperion, um you know, kind of learn and benefit the world. He like wants to give people a good life, but then he's corrupted by the vault and what he sees, and also the fact that he was stabbed in the back, um and kind of also going crazy at the same time. um so he had this like negative change in heart that made him a worse person. I feel like once you pick it up from Borderlands 2, like again, you have the witty like sarcasm and everything, that kind of, you know, dark humor that's mixed in with Jack. Um he has that, and then you go do the bit with Angel, um and he kind of like locks in and kind of, you know, steps out of his comfort zone. He stares at you face to face, kills off, you know, significant people, takes Lilith from us, and we're now forced to deal with this, you know, this change. Um and then, you know, you go to fight him and everything, and he's very confident about it. But then once you beat him, he's just like, no, I should have been the hero and everything. How dare you kill me and blah, 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 blah. I feel like Jack would have been a much better, like, story character if after you defeated him, he kind of just, like, sits there in literal defeat and be like, I was supposed to be the hero, but I see now that I was the villain all along. And like, because clearly he had to have seen his downfall within the vault. Like, I feel like that's not, you know, like that's got to be part of it. Um, but I feel like Jack would have been a much better character, like even better than what he is now, is if he like admitted to all the wrongdoings he did and like genuinely felt guilty about it. Like he imprisoned his daughter and forced her into this like life of servitude, quote from Angel. Um and you know, that's a very wrong thing to do. And it's I feel like it would be a better character development if he realized that, and then from there was like, I know the kind of monster I've become, and I think I'm ready to not be here anymore. As in, like, you've won, you can take me away. And then that would have left like a moment to where like you could have like quote arrested Jack and put him in like, you know, a prison to where he can atone for his sins against humanity and whatnot. Um, you know, where he could potentially learn to be a better person and like change even more. Like we could have had Jack as an ally, but no, he's just like too far gone. Timekeeper is too far gone from the start. Like we have that moment with Zadra where she's like, "Oh, I think I can change Timekeeper if I talk to him," and that's not the case whatsoever. Like we saw it from like a mile away that Timekeeper was going to do something bad now that Zadra's in the city or whatever, or just, be his normal static self and, try to kill us. Like, I don't know what you expected from that. Like, Zadra, I feel like made a mistake coming into the city and would have been alive had she not done that. Or had we been able to reason with her, like, yeah, maybe you're not the safest in the city. Just a heads up. But yeah. Very long tangent. To say that I liked Claptrap in this one, which is very rare. Very rare for me to like Claptrap, but I felt like his character in this particular Borderlands series or this particular Borderlands game was much better than any of the Claptraps I've experienced in the past fucking like 10, 15 years. Like, they're all annoying. Like, from Borderlands 1, Borderlands 2, pre-sequel, when they like Borderlands 3, I don't remember if he's in Wonderlands. He's in like other featured games. He's the most annoying character they could have made, and they made him very, very well. But for once, he's not an annoying piece of shit. For once. And that was nice. Again, I think Borderlands could benefit from a lot of characters, actually going through like a learning curve and actually, understanding like they can be, or, learning from things. That's redundant. But like learning lessons based on the conflicts they have to overcome. That took a long time to say. But yeah, like I said, I did like Claptrap. I feel like some of the other characters need work. I will come back to characters though. Anyways, I did talk about the cars already. I do have that on my list as a separate line item. The order silos I did really enjoy. I just think they need a little bit of a tweak. One of my favorite missions, chat, in this game, like by far, one of my favorite side quests and side quest chains is mob mentality with the boss. That, like, I wore the wolf head with pride, not just because I might secretly be a furry. I like genuinely enjoyed that chain of missions. I felt really bonded with the boss and the character that he was, and it was just a really satisfying mission chain to finish. And to go back to characters, I feel like we need more of those in the Borderlands series, which is a little bit, a little bit hard to come by. I know we have, there's Lilith and there's Zane, there's Amara, who again are all great characters. You have some of the other, like, new and returning characters that are also like equally, great to have around, great personalities. But the boss, like, that mission was just so good. I really enjoyed that. I like felt like I literally have the line, I felt like a changed person after completing this quest line. It's just like so good. Like, I actually like when it's like during the mission when it would say like, or when it would, come up that the boss is being attacked, I rushed my ass back there to go take care of him as like the number one henchman for boss. It was just such a good mission. I need more like this, and I need more characters like this. Like, that's how you do it. Why is the boss not like a main character? And then lastly on the good list, at least for the time being, because I really haven't edited this in quite some time. But I really like the Vile enemies. I think it's a good challenge and is like a great way to implement like an invincibility phase. I again, like, it sucks that, like, enemies can't be damaged for a certain period of time for whatever reason. But I feel like the vile enemies and even like some of the bio enemies, like they do it proper. Like do invulnerability properly, where it actually feels like you have to work with work with the mechanics of the game to actually fight these characters. Again, like the vile enemies, shooting the crystals and then potentially destroying the orbs that come out from that, and then fighting the enemy, or just vile enemy, shoot off the crystals, kill the enemy, crystals are gone regardless. And then the bio enemies, they're not like exposed to damage until you throw the canister at them. That one's a little bit more iffy because it relies on canisters being available, and developer wise, you have to make sure that's there. And if they put these bio enemies anywhere else in the game, they would have to make, you know, sure the canisters are there as well. Which is why I think the vile enemies are really good. They introduce a proper implementation of a like an invulnerability phase, which I feel like even like Bloomreaper could learn from. Because Bloomreaper has crystals. Like his first phase is shooting crystals, like vile crystals, and then breaking the orbs. And then you get to, take him down from there. But after you take out the vile crystals, he pulls up a par for the course invulnerability phase, which is not great. Like I feel like that could have been, you could make him a little bit, invulnerable, like 10-second invulnerability to have him like uproot and actually become a monster, and then during the fight he could just grow crystals, and then because he's a plant, Bloomreaper, like Bloomreaper could grow crystals out of him, and during the fight you have to focus on when those crystals come up and then take them out, so that way you can continue to damage the boss. I feel like that's a great fix for the invulnerability phases of Bloomreaper, and having them not take so long. I feel like that would be much better than what we have. And I feel like the vile the vile crystal concept is not used enough. Or like you look at like some of the bosses, like Vile Lictor. Like of all the characters, Vile Lictor does not have any crystals. He just has a giant mech that he's attached to. Which I don't understand why he doesn't have like vile crystal growths out of him. Like I get that maybe you don't want to apply that to yourself, and you'd rather apply that to like a test subject so you don't reap any of the negative consequences of it. But for a boss fight, I feel like Vile Lictor would be a perfect boss to have a vile crystal, kind of phase to him. Like think about it this way. Like if you understand like the Dark Souls bosses, like say you take down his first health bar and then a cutscene comes up and he's out of his mech and everything, and he's like, ugh, you're just an awful person or whatever, coming here, destroying my plans and everything, setting me back in progress. Well, now it's time to make a leap forward. And he like, breaks open this it's like glass vial or whatever, which, gives it, or like he goes into like a canis or like a tank or something, where he like absorbs whatever material. He gets these crystals put on him is what I'm trying to say. And then he comes out as this like giant mutant monster or whatever that we now have to fight. Or like he's like mech'd up in like a giant like crystal thing. And like you get to see him like actually put his invention, his awful invention to use against you. I feel like that would be so much better and would make for a much more interesting boss fight than Vile Lictor already is. I don't know I feel like the vile enemies concept is so underused. But hey, I do like it. I just want a little bit more of it. Now, for the most part, I think that covers all my good parts of Borderlands 4. It is a little bit of a short list. I know I did chat a lot about it. There is some more stuff within the meh section I can talk about that I might have already talked about already. But let's get into the bad stuff about Borderlands 4. This is going to be a very critical, very nitpick kind of list. Firstly, open world map. I talked about this before. Open world map is not necessary for Borderlands. I feel like it made more issues than it did like solving any. I like the concept of open world. Yes, like the freedom to do whatever the fuck you want is great. You could have that freedom to do whatever you want in a non-open world map. Like, you look at Borderlands 2, you can do whatever the fuck you want in Borderlands 2. Granted, some of the map sections aren't open, which, you know, you can fix by just going there or having that be, like, accessible before a certain part of the campaign. But I feel like the game doesn't perform properly because of the big-ass map. I feel like it's a driving simulator because of the big-ass map and not a lot of, you know, what's it called? Not a lot of fast travel stations. And then you have, I've heard a couple of complaints saying that, you know, a lot of my friends have gotten distracted from the main campaign because there are so many side quests to do. You could potentially fix that part of like ADHD. Not like, you know, within the person's head, but you can limit people to the number of side quests they do to get derailed from the main campaign. You can fix that by having them be essentially stuck in like one smaller area rather than a big open map. Again, that's a little like, I know there are people who are going to disagree with me on the open world concept, but I do think it has done more harm for Borderlands 4 than it has done good. Again, that's my opinion. You guys can flame me all you want for that. I don't agree with Borderlands 4 being open world. I think you could get as much done, you could have all the impressive things that Borderlands 4 has and have it perform even better by the fact that you don't have an open world. Like I said, if you have the like a travel block between like a travel door between Idolater's Noose or whatever, whichever section, and then Cuspid Climb, whatever the terminus range one is. Like, you literally have a connector door there, and you just travel through that. If you have a good enough system, which a lot of the systems are pretty good nowadays, you'll be able to get through that quick. It's no big deal. Or you could just fast travel. You could have like a fast travel station set up along with the whatever silos are over there, whatever you know, safe houses are there. You could have a fast travel set up and then, you know, be able to like pretty much like bamf and teleport around the entirety of Kairos in like a super quick way. Granted, it's pretty quick now, but I feel like you could have the loading be a lot better. I don't know. Maybe it's because my PC is shit, but I do feel like the open world is not great. So there's that. I'll let that one go for now. One of my other comments about, you know, what I didn't like about this game, RJ. And I want to preface this specifically with spoilers. Like, big spoilers. And if you wanted to play Borderlands 4 and you have been listening to me rant about it for however the past, like, you know, 2-3 hours, now is your time to stop listening. Because this is like a major point in the story. So I'll give you guys like a couple of seconds. Again, the game's been out for like a few months now. You've had your time to play it. We're going to talk about it. RJ, for being such a crucial character to this story, has 0 screen time. Not like literally 0 screen time, but not enough. So, if we walk through the plot, RJ is the one who kind of gives you the tutorial shakedown at the beginning of the game. He's the one that breaks you out of prison and then gives you the Echo 4 so that way you're not possessed by Timekeeper to kill yourself or kill anyone else. So RJ makes this, like, quote, heroic sacrifice so that way you can continue on your adventure, which is really good of him. But then Timekeeper possesses him and, quote, kills him. And in Chris's words, not mine necessarily, why the fuck should we care about RJ? Like, yeah, he got us out of prison and everything, but who? Like, yeah, that's okay. Later. That's kind of how we go about the story. Like, we literally, like, we watch him die. Sure, it has an impact on us, but we kind of have to keep moving. Like, we have Claptrap talking to us now, about to, like, clock us in the head with a skull. We have to, keep moving so that way we can push forward. Because for all we know, RJ's dead. And then we never see him again. Until you fight Vile Lictor. Well, technically a little before that. But we don't see RJ until we fight Vile Lictor, where we find out that RJ is, like, stuck in the phase dimension, like, porting in and out. And, he's like, dude, why did you leave me? I got captured by the Order. I was subject to a whole bunch of different experiments from Vile Lictor. It was hell. I've been tortured. I've been stuck in this phase dimension. It's been killing me slowly. And you're gonna pay for it. Why me, bro? Like, what the fuck did I do? Like, yeah, I forgot about you, but motherfucker, was I supposed to remember you? You were dead, for all I knew. What the fuck? Why do you mean I was supposed to go back for you? Huh? Like, I get you're upset and everything, but why be upset at me? And then he's like, after the Vile Lictor fight, he's like, yeah, if you don't stop this Vault Hunter shit, I'm gonna make sure you stop. Meaning I'm going to kill you. And it's like, okay, you could just fight me here, but you're not going to. Sorry, I don't have my Pokemon on this screen. Anyways, like, that's your first little bit of RJ for the plot after his intro, other than his, like, Vault Hunter guide to Kairos, which I frankly don't care for. The next time you see him is when he attacks you and Amara and Zane on the sky elevator to Elpis. And that's it. Like, he has this, you have this, like, fight sequence and everything. He kind of almost gets you, but he doesn't, because it's a cutscene. Like, you don't have to fight him there, and you just kind of watch it, and it's like, oh, that's okay. He's gone again. He'll be back, but he's gone. And then that's it. That's pretty much it. And then as you're going to Timekeeper, he's just in your ear like, I'm gonna get you, Vex. I'm gonna make you pay for everything you've done. I'm gonna make you stop everything. Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude is, like, delusional on so many levels. And for what fuck-ass reason? Like, bro is upset with me because I lived and he didn't. Like, his rage is not really warranted in a way. And he just doesn't do anything about it. He has like one he has like the instance where he talks to you saying, "Hey, you should stop." And then he has the instance where he attacks you trying to get you to stop and he fails. And that's it. His only other attempt is his boss fight, which is awful. Oh my god. For being a final boss, like after the final boss, he's such a pushover. Oh my god, dude. Like, if I had to be disappointed in any one particular boss in this game for being too easy, it's RJ. Like, bro, you mean to tell me I come off of a 2-phase timekeeper fight and this is the shitbag I gotta kick over? That's it. That's just like literally his fight. It's just, man. Like, for being a human exposed to phase, and I'm reading like my bullet point here. For a human that has been exposed to the phase dimension, you know, subjected to several experiments, having no control over it, he should have some sort of like secondary boss phase, pun intended, where he turns into some like ungodly beast of rage, or have vile crystals growing out of his shoulders. Like, he should be a monster and a half. Instead, he's just this squishy human with 3 health bars. I think one of them's a shield, one of them's armor, and then the other is like a proper like red health bar. But that's it. He just has 3 health bars. And that's it. That's all. He doesn't really have too many gimmicks. He has like a fire tornado. He doesn't have any invulnerability phases, which is good, I guess. But he's just kind of like a whatever boss. Like, again, it's that concept of you shoot this guy until he's not alive anymore. Well, that's it. And then there's no like learning from art. Like, there's no learning that RJ does other than he's like turned evil. And that's it. Like, I literally have a note here that, like, if you gave him, like, a second phase where he turns into this, like, you know, unstable phase monster, like, Lilith can come in and find you. Because, remember, during this fight, Lilith is looking for you. Because you, quote, like, according to Lilith, you get lost in the phase on your way to, like, Timekeeper's, like, vault. RJ, like, ambushes you, and Lilith is out there looking for you. Because she finds you afterwards. Like, after the fight's over, she finds you. And the cool thing would be if RJ had this, like, you know, second phase where all of his, you know, exposure to the phase and these vile experiments, you know, unleashes itself in this, like, uncontrollable, you know, phase monster. Like, Lilith comes in and is like, "Don't worry, Vault Hunter, I got you. We'll do this together. Just like it's supposed to be." And then everyone goes crazy because, oh, we're fighting with Lilith again. Yeah! Lilith is my favorite character. Yeah! I get to fight with Lilith again. Yeah! And like Lilith can do like phase, like, you know, Lilith can do her little phase walk thing, take out like invulnerability phases of RJ and everything. And it could be so cool, dude. Like, RJ could have been such a great plot twist. Even if he just had his end seat, like his end, like, you take everything that RJ has in the plot right now, and all you give him, like, all you have to give him is a second phase for his boss fight, where he's, like, more difficult, more ungodly, you know, truly, like, a creature of the, like, that's been infected by the phase, and you could redeem this character. Like, if you're not gonna make him, like, a character with, you know, like a constant nagging, like, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna stop you. If you're not gonna do that throughout the plot and remind us who the fuck RJ is, at least make his boss fight worthwhile. Because I don't think anyone's farming RJ. No one is putting time in to actually like kill him because you don't need it. It's just like for being an antagonist, you need screen time and you need like involvement in the plot. And it's just nothing. It's almost like oh my god, who's the guy from the SpongeBob movie? Dennis, I think it is. The guy that is hired by Plankton to go get SpongeBob and Patrick before they reach Shell City. Like RJ could be like Dennis, where like Dennis doesn't really have as much, interaction with SpongeBob and Patrick, but Dennis is hunting them the entire time. And they have, a pretty close run in with Dennis. Not before not the part where like he gets like stepped on by the diver, but when they're on the back of David Hasselhoff. And they're like actually trying to not be, like ripped apart by Dennis. I feel like that, that's sort of comparable to RJ. And again, I just need a little bit more RJ in the plot, like kind of prove to us that RJ is relevant and like always there, like maybe like have some references or like echo logs to RJ in these experiments or whatever. Or like if when he goes like into the phase or whatever, have him be like, "Oh man, why couldn't Vex come back and save me? Oh, I'm gonna kill them when I gotta get out of this." Like something like that. I feel like that, and you have that in between, like have that going on while you're going through Fade Fields. Have that going on while you're through Terminus Range and through Carcadia Burn. Don't have it just be after certain boss fights. Like have him be like a constant reminder. Because I feel like something that isn't really talked about in this Borderlands plot is the fact that it's Timekeeper in his order versus Callus and her Rippers, and then the Crimson Resistance. It's like a three-way brawl. Like they did this whole trailer where they have the Psychos versus the Order, and they don't really talk about it too much. I don't even think they have situations where the Order and the Rippers are actually like in the same room together. Because, like, theoretically, they would be fighting each other also while you're fighting the two of them. And I feel like that's just a missed opportunity. And we were led to believe that this is going to be a fight between the Psychos of Kairos and the Order of Kairos. And that is sort of apparent, but it's also not. But yeah, RJ, I feel like he had so much potential and they just did him worse than Ava. Like, dare I say RJ is worse than Ava. But anyways, moving on to more bad things about Borderlands 4. I feel like the plot is rushed. And this is pun intended. I felt like there was never enough time to build affinity towards the various characters in this story, such as Rush and Calder, and maybe Levane in a way. I feel like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because Levane's a girl and she's hot and everything, but like I always felt like I wasn't really connecting with the various characters that are supporting me that I don't already know. Like Zadra makes sense because she's with us through all three of the different areas that we have to go through. Sort of. But I just feel like I need more time with like say Rush or Calder. Like the side quest where after you beat Idolater Saul, um you help the outbounders actually like leave Kairos. I feel like that side quest could potentially be part of the main quest, which is a little bit tough to say because of the bolts and everything. But I feel like if I did something like that or had more involvement with like Rush and helping the outbounders, I feel like I would maybe feel a little bit more connection to these characters when they get possessed by Timekeeper at the end and tell me like, "Oh, you're a plague, Vault Hunter. You can't be here. You're making everything wrong," and blah blah blah. I needed more from the characters. Um, and then additionally, like I talked about Zadra and how much I liked her. I also feel like Zadra's death was way too quick, meaning like we got over it way too fast. Like we literally have this cutscene where we're possessed by Timekeeper and we shoot Zadra like in the face. That's kind of traumatic. And I think Vex even talks about it. At least, I'm assuming all four of the Vault Hunters talk about it in their respective campaigns. But you have these moments where you're kind of like, or you have this brief moment, I should say, where you're like, oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. No one's gonna believe me. No one's gonna believe that I was controlled to kill Zadra and everything. Everyone's gonna hate me. What are they gonna say? And then, you know what happens? Rush is like, oh, we know you didn't do it. All that matters is taking down Timekeeper. Like, motherfucker, we just lost one of our teammates, like one of our key characters that has put so much on the line for us. And you're just gonna like, well, she's dead. Gotta move on. Like, Borderlands, why do you keep doing this? Gearbox. You can't just kill off a character and then act like, oh yeah, we gotta move on. Like, at the least, you look at like Roland's death. Like, yeah, we had a whole bunch of other shit going on, but Mordecai at least gives you a mission to say like, hey man, I know Roland's dead, but I don't think the people in Sanctuary know. Do you mind breaking the news to everyone? And then you go around the city, saying like, hey, Roland's dead. And everyone reminiscing about like, oh man, Roland's dead. I remember when he helped me out with this and that. And oh man, I wouldn't be here without Roland. And then Roland even gets his own statue at the end of Tina's DLC. And then the whole situation with like Tina's DLC in Borderlands 2. But like, why do we keep having these important character deaths glossed over? Like, Maya in Borderlands 3. Like, she dies, and we have this pitiful, kind of funeral ceremony where we all circle up and try to remember Maya. Because it was cut out of the budget for a proper funeral ceremony. Like, and that clearly they didn't learn from that because they kill Zadra and they're like, oh man, this is so bad. This is so bad. What is everyone going to think of me? Everyone's going to think that I purposely killed Zadra because they didn't know Timekeeper possessed me and blah, blah, blah. And then everyone's like, we know you didn't do it. Let's just focus on killing Timekeeper now. Like, I'm convinced Gearbox doesn't know how to write a proper story or just deal with a death scene properly, like a significant death scene. It's either that or they, quote, don't have the budget, which is bullshit because they make arguably a lot of money on these different, these different games. Like, even though Borderlands goes on sale like all the fucking time, I feel like a lot of people still buy the games. And if you're going to be charging $70 for Borderlands 4, you might as well give me a proper Zadra funeral. Okay? Like, is that too much to ask for? Dude, I literally have the line here where, well, it's not the exact verbatim line, but it's that situation of like it's whichever Vault Hunter. The timekeeper made me kill Zadra. I swear I didn't do it. And then it's Rush. We know it wasn't you. Anyways, let's move on. Like, dude. Like with RJ, it kind of makes sense because we didn't know RJ, but we knew Zadra. We had a lot of time with Zadra, and then we just gloss over her death. It's really sad. I don't know, dude. After playing Borderlands 4, I really think that the Borderlands plot in general, like throughout its timeline, like going all the way back to Borderlands 1, this plot is almost non-existent and so poorly written. I know Randy Pitchford had commented like, it doesn't seem like anyone has really like attempted to compete with Borderlands in terms of doing like a looter shooter RPG. And I genuinely wonder the same thing. Like, it can't be this, like, I get developing a game is hard. I get writing a story is hard. I get balancing all your different weapons and interactions is difficult. But it can't be so hard for another company to, like, even an indie company, to not do the same and put pressure on Borderlands to do better. Like, Borderlands cannot be this niche of a game. It's like, bro. The plot to Borderlands, like, if you can even look at Borderlands 2, which arguably has a great plot, and I don't think it's like that well put together, in my opinion. Maybe it's just because I'm biased with the Borderlands, 4 plot being kind of, haphazard and whatnot. But I don't know. I need more from this game. And I feel like that's kind of the overall sentiment right now at this point in time. Let me move on from the plot though and kind of edit this discussion point that I have here. Essentially, I want to see Ava back in Borderlands 4. I think it was a proper call based on, marketing and publicity that Ava was removed, but I think it was a very missed opportunity. Originally when I wrote this, I had that Ava was clearly supposed to be Vex was clearly supposed to be Ava. Because like you look at Vex's design, it's strikingly close to Ava. And of course, Ava being a siren, you would expect her to also, be there in some sort of way, or just have like the way that Vex is written and talks and all their lines, it really reeks of Ava. And I have that in like bold text here. Like, I'm not saying I want Ava back, but Vex reeks of Ava assets and just personality. Like, you could argue that Ava would grow up into Vex. And the only reason Vex isn't Ava is because nobody liked Ava in Borderlands 3. However, I do have to kind of reel back on this specific complaint because Ava was not meant to, or Vex was not meant to be Ava, according to the game files. Either that or they changed it before they started developing it. So I have a bullet point here with Ava being captain of Sanctuary 3 after Lilith left, and this, Sanctuary crashing on Kairos. Where is Ava? Who left Amara in charge? Blah blah blah. And it was revealed that within the game code, the sections where Amara is supposed to be, or where Amara is now, it was supposed to be Ava. Meaning that when you go, like when Calder is like, hey, I have, someone that, you can meet up with that can help you out. It's supposed to be Ava that you meet and not Amara. Which, again, I'll say it's a proper move because no one liked Ava and no one would buy Borderlands 4 if they knew that Ava was going to be in the game. But that still doesn't answer my question of where the fuck is Ava? Like, we have an echo on the Elpis, like, space field or whatever with Pickle. No one likes Pickle, and he has an echo log. Why does Ava not have an echo log? Why is there not any reference of where the fuck Ava is? Like, Borderlands, you couldn't have, like, thought of that at all? Like, all that Amara says is, "Oh, I'm busy pet sitting," or whatever. I have to take care of Hermes and everything. And, like, there's the echo where it's like, "Oh, this is, how you take care of Hermes and everything." There's no mention of Ava whatsoever. I don't even think there's, like, a name drop of Ava. It just says, like, I'm here on my own and everything. It's like they've completely wiped the slate clean of Ava. And maybe it's because I think that Borderlands can and very well could revive Ava and make her a proper character. I think Ava has the potential, despite everything that happened with Borderlands 3. Keyword with, not in. Because, like, in Borderlands 3 is whatever. It's technically canon that she, like, grows up, or, like, maturity-wise. But, like, if you look at what happened with Borderlands 3, with the negative Ava reception, I feel like Borderlands could have put her in as, like, a side character that's not involved as much, that, like, literally is just, like, at Sanctuary 3, and you never have to, talk to her ever, like, not even for a side quest. But I feel like we need some sort of closure as to what the fuck Ava is doing during all of this. Because like I mentioned, Ava's supposed to be captain of Sanctuary 3. Word, like, Lilith's orders. Like, end of Borderlands 3. Lilith says, Ava, Sanctuary's yours. Take good care of it. And then Lilith dips. So, what do you mean that Ava was in charge of Sanctuary 3 and then left? And then Amara had to, pick up the reins or whatever. Or just, like, substitute. And then they crash on Kairos. Where is Ava? And why did they just, like, cold turkey take her out? It just doesn't make sense. Like, I know no one liked Ava, but I need some sort of closure. Again, you have Pickle in Borderlands 4. He's in an echo. He's referenced in the Mercenary Day, vault card campaign with one of the carols. Like, Claptrap literally sings about Pickle being a siren, which I know is, like, a joke, but you can't just mention Pickle and not mention Ava. Like, there's rules to this Borderlands. Why are you not, like, abiding by your own shit? And I think it's, like, almost even the same voice actor that voiced Pickle in pre-sequel 10-some years ago. That's now grown up, has a completely, like, matured voice and everything, and did, like, the same inflections for Pickle. Like, I don't get why we have a Pickle echo log saying that, "Oh, Pickle's coming back," and whatever, and then not have any whereabouts of Ava. Like, does not make sense. I don't... It's nice that she's not there, but I kind of need her back. That's where I'll leave it for that bullet point. I did talk about this a little bit before. The next bullet point I have here is that I feel like there needs to be more fast travel locations for how many areas there are and how big they are as well. It would just be a little bit nicer to not have to run or drive as far within Kairos. And it could also be something like, the waypoint doors, or the doors to a different area like we would see in, like, Borderlands 2. I feel like that was a perfectly fine system. I don't think anyone complained about Borderlands being like a super closed in world. I don't know why they chose an open world system, but I feel like a lot of issues would be solved if Borderlands 4 wasn't open world. That's all I'm saying. Um okay, next point, because I feel like we've definitely talked about that one enough. The boss fights. This is again like another repeat. Um Again, it's minus Inceptor and Saul, although now that I've kind of, gotten a better build, Inceptor and Saul are still kind of pushovers. Inceptor is like so much more difficult than I thought. I think I did I don't remember if I was on UVHM 1 or if I was on 5, but I did Big Encore Inceptor. Um or Inceptus, whatever his name is. Um but he was definitely still tough. And Saul, again, just learning how the mechanics were. Like, the mechanics for Saul are so sick. Not only do you have to use his own, like the canister he drops to break his armor in order to damage him, but if you want to stop him from getting his armor back, you have to kill all the enemies that are in that arena with Saul. Because what Saul does is he leeches those, like, second wind enemies, and that gets his bio armor back. That's such a cool concept, and I never knew that until, one of our community members mentioned it. And like, why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about how, like, intricate the Saul fight is, or how great the Inceptor fight is, or the Inceptus fight, where you have to, like, properly dodge attacks. And it's not just like a sweep of the battlefield for Inceptus. It's actually like there's an attack where, like, he grabs you, pulls you into him, and then slashes at you. And if you don't dodge that, you get pulled in. But if you dodge it, you don't get pulled in and you don't get slashed. It's just, those fights are so intricate that it makes everything else not good. And that was sort of how I felt with, like, Agonizer 9000 in Borderlands 3. I loved that fight for the fact that you had a lot of moving parts, and you really had to pay attention to, like, which square or like which part of the battlefield you were standing on. You had to move around to hit all the different weak points. And then you had arguably, the ad break was a little bit intrusive. With, like, the immunity phases and everything. It was not great. But, like, I really liked Agonizer 9000's fight just because of how much you had to think for that. And then I just got to a point where, like, I could basically one-shot Agonizer, and it, the whole fight was just kind of thrown out the window. Like, you didn't have to worry about anything. Whereas Inceptor, well, Inceptus, you can one-shot him. We're at that point, but in a normal, like a more typical fight where you're not, like, speed killing him, you do have to, like, understand, excuse me, how his fight works and how his attacks are. I guess the same thing goes for Radix too. Radix just hits like a truck. Like, that's the only thing that makes Radix a hard boss, is that, like, his first attack on you health gates you, which is awful design, by the way. Like, when I fought Radix the first time, again, health gated, pop a rep kit, we're back, get hit again, back to health gate, screwed. But other than that, Radix is easy. Like, Radix is just like a walk in the park. But yeah, the boss fights in general were just underwhelming for me. Like, I get it with, like, bosses like Horus, the smaller mini bosses. They're kind of meant to be like that. But when I go to, like, a world boss or like a vault monster, I want it to be challenging. Like, I shouldn't be looking at Origo, like, Big Encore Mayhem 6 Origo. I shouldn't be looking at that like, yeah, that's an easy kill. Because it's not supposed to be. But I guarantee you, if I boot the game back up right now, we go to Origo, Big Encore, Mayhem 6, because that is active right now, we can just, like, wipe him out. Complex root, crit knife, Vex kill skill build. Not even, like, well, I guess it is more, like, perfect setup at this point. But I feel like complex root, like a shock complex root, would melt Origo. Big Encore Origo, Ultra or Ultimate Vault Hunter 6. Like, I do not fear Origo for my life. Or however I'm supposed to phrase that. But yeah, smaller bosses, I get that, you know, they can, like, I would like them to be a little bit difficult, but they should be manageable and not frustrating. Like, I get that. And I feel like some of them do a good job of, you know, having that balance. Again, Horus is one of those where it's like properly, like a proper difficulty for the point in the story that you fight him. And I don't mind, you know, like some that are more challenging or that are extra gimmicky. Um, but I feel like some of them are just too easy. It's it's just really It's really bad. And like I said, after Inceptus and Saul, I just felt like every boss was a cakewalk. It was one of those like shoot them until they're dead moments. Not I had to, you know, dodge and attack. And it's sad that Inceptus and Saul are the first like two big bosses in the game. Like, yes, you have big, like, you know, important mini bosses and whatnot, but Inceptus is the first vault monster you would technically take on, like the first possible vault monster. And then Saul is your first world boss that you have to take on. Like the first like big world boss. And those are the two best. Everything else is mid. It's just it's so disappointing. Um like to have everything else after that just be kind of mid. Um Not really a lot of gimmicks, and if there are gimmicks, they're easy to deal with. Now, that does kind of bring me back to Bloomreaper. I stand by Bloomreaper is one of your easiest bosses in the game. Again, I had I managed my health a little bit better, I think I would have first tried Bloomreaper even if I maxed out the time. He's like not difficult at all. Like, there are a lot of moments where you go down, but you can manage. You can manage with Bloomreaper. I think Wotan was harder than Bloomreaper. Even, like, post-nerf Wotan. Like, where it went back to single-player scaling. So much easier. Or, more difficult, sorry. Wotan was more difficult than Bloomreaper. And again, I stand by the fact that Bloomreaper is only, like, a difficult boss because of how many enemies swarm you in that arena. And then making it a timed thing. And then some of the Bloomreaper mechanics are a little wonky. I know I've been killed by the slam specifically, where he, like, you know, jumps onto the platform and knocks you back. But that's also just me not managing my health properly. Like, if I hit a rep kit, like, right after I got hit by that, I would probably be alive enough to not be hit by another damage source and then downed and knocked into the pit. There's that, the beam that Bloomreaper, like, puts out where it knocks you back. I actually kind of like being trapped in that beam because when I use the complex root, it actually puts space between me and Bloomreaper for the complex root to actually do its complex rooting. Like, I don't really have an issue with that, as annoying as it is. And then, you know, the moving around of platforms and everything. not too big of a deal. I feel like it's very manageable. Um, I don't think in terms of Bloomreaper and people saying Bloomreaper is hard, some of it is, yes, a skill issue. I can kind of stand by that. I know a couple of people have said, that, if you think Bloomreaper is hard, it is a little bit more of a skill issue. I think it's a little bit of both. I think there are things that just are a tough learning curve for Bloomreaper, but I also think there are things that are just kind of genuinely frustrating. Um, can you manage with it? Like, can you be better? Of course. Like, in any situation, you can. But I think there need to be some changes to Bloomreaper so that way it's a little bit more manageable. Again, if Gearbox makes the platinum, the platinum time 2 minutes instead of 1.5 minutes, first off, everyone's going to be getting platinum. But I feel like that would be a lot more manageable and a lot less stressful than, you know, everything else. And then, of course, like, scale everything back. And then, like, give me a fucking reward for actually defeating Bloomreaper no matter what time I beat him. Like, that was really disappointing when I not only beat Bloomreaper, but beat him despite dying, and then just, like, didn't have a timer, so I didn't get any reward. I don't even think we got any loot to drop from Bloomreaper, like, after that kill. It was just, like, literally, like, the timer was like, okay, we've stayed as long as we can clock in for. We're heading out. See ya. Good luck with the rest of your fight or whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's like, bro, like, there are gonna be people, like, even when you think about Terramorphous, there are people who take, like, forever to take down Terramorphous, which is understandable because Terramorphous is a hard boss. But Terramorphous still, like, gives you some reward. Like, you always get the Slayer of Terracom. Do you get a dedicated drop, like a Hide of Terra or a Teeth of Terra or the Pitchfork? Not necessarily, but you always get the class mod. Which I guess you typically always get the class mod from the chest after, but it's kind of hit or miss. But yeah, I talked about Bloomreaper before. I would almost put Bloomreaper in the, like, worst bosses of all time, which I do have to talk about that in a second. But yeah, just overall, each time I finished a boss fight in Borderlands 4, I was left wanting more out of it. Like, I wanted more of a challenge. I wanted to, like, struggle in a way. And hey, maybe I'm a masochist now. Who knows? Maybe Remnant changed me. Maybe I'm actually good at the game, which I'm not. But I really want more out of the bosses in Borderlands, just in general. I want them to be, like, a more difficult mechanic or a more difficult attack pattern. I don't need more health for the boss. I mean, it might help a little in terms of kill speed and, making it reasonable, but the things that they do to these bosses to, quote, make them harder is not enough. Anyways, speaking of bosses, my least favorite boss in all of Borderlands history, Sky Spanner Cratch. And this is a little bit of a skill issue, I will admit, but Sky Spanner Cratch just frustrates me. For being such an easy boss, comparably, this motherfucker hits so hard. Like, he has the little, like, crawly things that, like, swarm to you on the ground. If one of those hits you, it health gates you no matter what level you're on. It, like, really hurts, and it's really hard to dodge, actually. Like, it tracks you, and it doesn't explode after a certain time. It explodes when it hits something. So you have to shoot it and I don't think you can hit it half the time. And then you also have the Sky Spanner Cratch attack where he, you know, spawns the balloon creatures around the arena. That's a little bit more manageable, but if you don't do anything about them, then they kind of swarm into you, and if they do hit you, they health gate you. And I have been downed by both of those attacks. Which is just kind of it really sucks, but it is more of like a skill issue, like, oh, just don't get hit, oh, just manage them, shoot them before they get to you, blah blah blah, position yourself better. Like that I can understand. What I was particularly frustrated about, other than, being instantly health gated by this like cakewalk of a boss, I don't really want to use that description, but whatever. What really frustrated me was Sky Spanner Cratch's like scream attack where it knocks you back. And that's really only because it knocked me out of the arena for the Rift Champion event, where you're like just roaming the world and you find the giant bubble and like a random boss will spawn in there. Sky Spanner Cratch knocked me out of that bubble. Granted, I was struggling with the wild horns that spawned around it beforehand, but I'm particularly upset with Sky Spanner Cratch because it knocked me back so hard that, I got kicked out of the boss arena and I didn't even get to try again. And I think I do have something on this list in the meh category. About the Rift Champion specifically. Like, I love this concept. I think it's really cool. I just think it needs some work. I do think it's an okay concept to have the, if you leave the bubble area, that, you technically forfeit the fight and you don't get to fight him again. Like, that's fine. But I've been so many times unfairly knocked out of that bubble that I'm upset. And then additionally, I've knocked the boss out of that bubble so many times that I am upset. Because it doesn't stop the fight when you knock the boss out of the bubble. It keeps going. Which, again, I get that. It makes sense that, that can happen. I forget what I was trying to say with that. But the issue is that typically when I would knock out the boss from that, bubble, it would be knocked so far away that I cannot, like, re-aggro the boss to come back to me. Like, part of that is, yes, the range, but the other part is, like, even if you knock him, like, sort of out of the bubble, like, if you knock a boss out of the bubble, like, just a few feet away, you can't shoot out of the bubble to re-aggro him. You can barely send trouble out there to re-aggro. Which I have displayed multiple times in my Borderlands streams. You can go back and watch the VoDs. They're in quite a few of them. It's just such a fuck-ass concept that, it's like within the proper mechanics. It's not like a glitch or anything. It's the proper mechanics of the game working overtime. Like, you have knockback that sends a boss ragdolling, like 200, 300 meters away behind a cliff, and it doesn't stop the boss fight. Because that's what I wanted to say before. Like, if they had it where the fight would end just by knocking the boss out of the arena, then we would find a way to knock the boss out of the arena and get the instant rewards. Like, that's not fair. Like, you're supposed to fight the boss properly. Although I think that would be a cool idea. To like knock the boss out of his arena and that ends the fight. That would be a fun challenge to do. But like, I get that, and like, I get all the mechanics. I just think they need to be tweaked so that way, like, these issues don't happen. I think the bubble could be much bigger. in terms of like the fight arena. I think the enemies around should not spawn. Like, say if like the Rift Champion bubble spawns in like a Ripper camp or whatever. I think if the Rift Champion spawns there, the additional like Rippers that would spawn there shouldn't spawn. And the same thing goes with the Wild Horns specifically. Like, those Wild Horns hit so hard for being just a normal enemy. I don't get why they're so heavy on the damage. Um and why there are always so many of them. Um but I would prefer like squishier enemies for that so they don't overwhelm me, and if they do, it's, a little bit easier to take care of. Um I would like the area to be a little bit more manageable, like bigger, so that way if you knock a boss out of the arena, you potentially can either re-aggro him or move to a different location so that way you can properly, re-aggro him. Or have it be um you could have it be a timer where if you get knocked out of the arena, you have like say 5 seconds to get back into the arena or the boss disappears. So if you're unfairly knocked out, you can get back in. Or if you need to re-aggro the boss, you can leave the arena for 5 seconds, go look for him, shoot at him, and then come back in. I also think that the bullets, like your bullets and projectiles, should be able to go through that bubble barrier. Like, I think it's unreasonable that your bullets are constrained to that arena, even when the boss is outside of the arena. Like, I had it with Bramble Song, where because of his flight path, he will occasionally fly outside of the bubble and then come back in, which is not an issue. But when he's flying outside the bubble, I can't shoot him, which is precious time lost for the kill or whatever. Granted, it's like a second, but it's just frustrating that you can't do that. And again, the idea of, I think I was fighting Axmal over in Terminus Range in one of the Rift Champions. He literally like got knocked out of range. I could still see him, and I could very well have shot at him to re-aggro him. But because my bullets wouldn't pierce through the bubble, like they were blocked by that, like the bubble was like a solid wall or whatever, I couldn't re-aggro Axmal. And Axmal also had his AI break because he was so far out of the arena that he just kind of sat there. He sat there and didn't even attempt to come back. So something needs to be worked on there. It's just really quirky with how the mechanics of the Rift Champion works. And I really like the idea of it. I like the fact that you can fight various bosses throughout your time on Kairos. Like you could get Skyspanner Cratch outside of the Skyspanner Cratch arena, which is cool. But yeah, just needs some work. Additionally, there are bosses that specifically only spawn during the Rift Champion events. And those bosses do not drop anything. They do not drop like a dedicated drop. For example, Evan Horizon doesn't drop anything. Oh man, it's Leadhead, I think, doesn't drop anything. Poison Ivan doesn't drop anything. Like, those are all bosses specifically tied to the Rift Champion events. And they don't have any dedicated drops. They also don't have any, like, of course, they don't have any appearances outside of the Rift Champion. Like, they don't have, like, they're not like a random spawn enemy or like a random chance enemy. Which is disappointing. And I guess that's probably why they don't have a dedicated drop, because you can't you can't like there's no guaranteed way to farm them. You just have to go to Rift Champions and pray that you get proper RNG to see, say, Evan Horizon, and you would have farm whatever he drops, which I think is a missed opportunity in some way. But again, I think it needs work. So, for the most part, that wraps up my negative points of Borderlands 4. I do think the $70 price tag is pretty bad. I know there's quite a few people who have not bought Borderlands 4 because of how expensive it is. I don't know if it went back on sale at all. I think it's on somewhat of a discount now. But I know there's a lot of people who don't have the money or don't see it being like a worthwhile purchase, and I get that. And I stand by you. I'm actually still kind of upset that I bought Borderlands 4 at $70, and it's why I say that you guys should wait for it to go on discount and also wait for DLC. Also, I'm just now realizing I wanted to turn on my Christmas stuff. Oh, that's not. I have a Christmas hat, chat. I totally forgot that was a thing. There's also... It's not the party gif. This is kind of cool, but it's too much. This. I literally have like a Christmas tree. Hang on, that's supposed to be on this window too, isn't it? Is it? Which? I'll just move it this way. Yeah, I forgot that was a thing that I wanted to do. And then is the tree's not on this one. Man, I'm stupid, chat. Can't believe I forgot about that. It's literally Christmas Eve in an hour, and I forgot my Christmas festivities. Anyways, but yeah, that's I do think you guys should wait for Borderlands 4 to go on sale, for DLC to come out, for there to be more content. Like I said, I think the price is pretty high for the fact that there's not really endgame stuff. There are definitely issues here and there. I'm trying to think off the top of my head if there's anything else I wanted to complain about, particularly with Borderlands 4. Because after this, like, it's just the meh category for me. Which I think I've talked about most of these already. Because I talked about the open world map. It is nice to have, I will say that. I think it is a cool concept, but it does feel very overwhelming at times, and it's hard to stay on task for a lot of people. So if you really wanted to like focus on the story, which I don't know why you would want to focus on story necessarily, unless you're me. But I feel like there's potentially, there's good things with the open world map. I just think a lot of the negativity stuff kind of weighs out the benefits of open world. Like I said, I feel like it introduced more problems than it did solving any. I did talk about Timekeeper. I thought Timekeeper was okay. Like, dude is fucking mental, and I wanted so much more from him. I liked how Callus would like very often like come in and try to like fuck up your day pretty much and like fight you. You have that moment where she comes and takes kills Sophia and takes the command bolt from you. That I think is a very important moment. You also have like Callus is a pretty interesting character in general, in the sense that she is against the Timekeeper. She even tries to recruit you to the Rippers so that way you can go against the Timekeeper and quote free Kairos. because like at the end of the day, your overall objectives, but you the Vault Hunters and Callus and the Rippers, like the objective is the same, is to be free of Timekeeper and all the bad things that he's brought. It's just, one of you sees it as like a fiery religious cause or whatever. I forget what the phrase is, but one of you sees it as that, one of you sees it in a more practical way. Like I liked how Callus was almost like a very like relatable character because your goals were very similar. You just had different approaches to it and different overall outcomes. And I kind of wanted more of like Callus. Um and also like that's part of the reason I don't like Timekeeper is because Timekeeper just sits in his tower like hoping you die. Like he has the power to possess like anyone with a bolt in them and doesn't. Well, doesn't often. Like he only does it if he wants to like talk to you. Like we literally see Timekeeper possess, the Vault Hunter to shoot Zadra and throw off the plan. Like, can we get more of that? Where's the boss that's like entirely controlled by Timekeeper? Like, where's the like it could have been RJ even. Like RJ didn't have to go through the vial experiments or the phase dimension. Like RJ could have just been controlled by the Timekeeper and then making a comeback and it would be like, "Oh, RJ, you're alive. I'm so glad I missed you so much after like getting no time to interact with you." And then RJ's like, "Oh, yeah, it's actually quite an unfortunate event." And he turns into Timekeeper and everything. And you then have to fight RJ to the death and everything, and then Timekeeper unpossesses RJ, and RJ's just like looking at you like, "Why did you kill me? I was possessed and everything. How could you be such a monster?" And then, yeah. I feel like that would have been a really cool thing. But again, Timekeeper just sits in his fuck ass tower thinking like, "I hope Vault Hunter dies and leaves and does like, or just like, submits to me. And then I can just like possess him and blah, 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 whatever." It's just rough, man. Um, I think I think I was talking about that specifically on like some other Borderlands 4 stream because I remember someone making a joke about like sitting in the tower and jacking off, or maybe that was Handsome Jack. I don't know. Like Timekeeper is literally just like chilling up there doing nothing, hoping you die, and then only when you try to get too close he does something about it. It's just like I need more from this guy. Like I need, for how mental he is, I need him to be more actively mental, if that makes sense. um Another kind of meh point that I have on here are the returning characters. I feel like they're very underused compared to like the previous titles. I think the main one is like Borderlands 2. Um, Within Borderlands 2, all of the like pretty much most of the story characters, like the NPCs, are returning from Borderlands 1. Again, Moxie's back. Um, who else? Hammerlock is technically new. Um, Marcus is back. Zed is back. Scooter is back. Claptrap is back. Um, but yeah, like there are returning characters who play like vital roles, and then on top of that, your 4 Vault Hunters from Borderlands 1 play vital roles in Borderlands 2. Again, Roland, leader of the Crimson Raiders, like proper leadership role and everything. Lilith, kind of filling that role in a way, and eventually will be filling that role after Roland's death. Mordecai being like a proper like reconnaissance guy, or quote proper, being like the main recon guy. Brick being the main powerhouse. Like they actually like get personalities and everything. Um and I feel like we have kind of strayed away from that. Um I know we had that in Borderlands 3 a little bit. Like we had Maya. I know Lilith was kind of a toss up there. Um Salvador and Axton were literally just like podcast people. Creed got his own DLC, which is cool. And Gage, fucking Gage had her own feature, like being like the wedding planner for Hammerlock and Wainwright. And like you actually see her go through, like a whole like, character arc almost of like, kind of growing up and, hanging on to your loved ones or whatever. Guns, Love, and Tentacles was a great DLC. And then Zero, I forgot about Zero. Um, Zero's a little bit less used in my opinion. But he runs the bounties or whatever for the various like enemies in Borderlands 3. And is also, an Atlas, person, like an employee, like a I don't know if he's technically an employee or whatever, but like he's like Reese's like bodyguard and everything. Um so pretty like crucial points. Um I feel like Amara and Zane aren't really that crucial, if that makes sense. I mean Zane's a little bit more. Maybe Amara, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like not playing the story enough. But I kind of wanted like more out of them, like to take like more of like a leadership role or just kind of have more involvement. But I guess it also makes sense because they did kind of crash land here. Um they crash landed here on Kairos looking for Lilith and everything and all. So like the story's meant to be like, you meeting brand new characters. Like people we as the player have never seen. Um so I just feel like, characters are underused. I feel like again there are characters missing. I feel like Tannis should be somewhere. Like, bro, for how much like Siren lore and, Guardian lore that we get in Borderlands 4, we should have Tannis like somewhere. Like give me a Tannis DLC at least that's like canon for how the story works. Um because she would be all over this. Like remember, she's like her card after like, revealing that she has like siren powers is literally Sirentologist because she's done so much with the study of like the vaults and the connection to sirens. She probably is like a well-respected published, doctor and whatever. Um and again, for like you have the Evocarium that talk about Nereid and the mention of Iris and how Nereid fought off Timekeeper and all that. Like there's so much siren lore in this that there's no reason Tannis should not be part of this studying. And also like where the fuck is Ava, cuz I feel like a lot like Ava, Ellie, like where are these people that were supposed to be on Sanctuary 3 that, crash landed here? Like, we have Genevieve. We have Genevieve in Borderlands 4 as a toilet, like as Balex had promised. And we have no idea, like we have no idea where anywhere, we don't know where Balex is. Like Claptrap's somehow here. Like it just doesn't make sense as to, where a lot of these key characters are. Like, does that make sense? Like, I'm waiting to see where a lot of these people are. my other comment along with this is I personally feel like Lilith should not have come back. Um, I understand that she is a very important part of the plot, especially after what we've seen in Borderlands 4. Um, and she kind of needs to be back, but for how much she has seen, kind of useless. I also feel like we're at that moment where Lilith has been in literally every Borderlands game ever. Um, so I feel like maybe it's time we pass on her legacy to someone else and someone holds up the mantle. I think that's what the purpose of Ava was, but that didn't really work out. I feel like Borderlands 3 was enough of a send off, especially because we had Alicia Keys sing This Girl's on Fire during the end credits. I don't know. This is just like a little bit more of a nitpick. I don't really think anything's wrong with the returning characters. I just wanted a little bit more out of it and a little bit more explanation. We talked about the Rift Champions. I think following up on the Rift Champion like talk where like you would knock a boss out of the arena and you potentially, you know, have to forfeit a fight just to see where the boss went. I had that same issue with the area objectives. So, for example, the propaganda speakers, because you're supposed to stay within the arena of the propaganda speaker in order for it to finish properly. And I learned that the hard way on the first day of playing Borderlands 4 because we were doing that propaganda speaker for so long and we didn't make any progress because I kept walking out of the area. Um, but for some of those propaganda speakers, I forget. I think it was the one where I was like, "Oh, I got to go back and find the propaganda speaker." We literally had an enemy fall off the cliff, like down into the area below, and that enemy was required for me to kill. Like I had to kill that enemy in order to advance the propaganda speaker, but he was so far away that I couldn't actually do so. So I had to leave the propaganda speaker, go down to the enemy, kill it, um, and then the propaganda speaker reset, and then I had to walk all the way back to the speaker and restart it. It was awful. Um, and it's like a lot of the times, like it's when like they get knocked so far out of the area waypoint that you can't re-aggro them, or their AI just breaks. Um, and making those enemies required to like in order to progress, I think is awful. Like, can we either like give us like a time frame of how long we can be outside of the objective before it like defaults to incomplete, or can we just like make it where like if an enemy gets pushed too far out of range, they just die and you don't have to worry about them? Again, just not really that big of an issue, but it's still an issue. Um, so another thing that I think a lot of people have talked about with Borderlands 4 in particular is the boss loot. Um, I think some of the bosses have gotten it right where you like take Bloodwing in Borderlands 2 or not Bloodwing. Oh man. What's the other flank? Mothrak. When you would fight Mothrak in Borderlands 2, he would or son of Mothrak, I think it is. He would just like drop his loot through the map. So good luck getting um the what the fuck is the Jacob sniper? Um Whatever it is. Like good luck getting your loot because it's usually like falling through the map or falling somewhere else on in wildlife preserve or falling off the map. Like you can't get that. Which we do have the lost loot to, help us out with that. Some of the time. I feel like lost loot in Borderlands 4 does not update properly. It doesn't actually pull the loot when it falls out of bounds, which is the whole purpose of you having a lost loot machine, is to pull it when it goes out of bounds. Like, it doesn't update properly. It doesn't grab things that are actually lost to the void. It doesn't prioritize legendaries either. It just pulls whatever and fills up. I've had a lot of issues with the lost loot in particular. But yeah, some of the bosses in Borderlands 4 will properly like go to like a death area, or like a death stance when you kill them. And then like, explode where the loot will drop on the arena floor in a proper location for you to like sort through it. But then we also have Bloomreaper, who, when you kill him, will oftentimes ragdoll into the void. And I've lost a number of legendaries to that void. And the devs were knowledgeable of this. They were like, oh yeah, we're probably going to have a lot of loot fall into the arena. Let's put a lost loot machine next to the chest at the end of Bloomreaper, so that way people can get the loot. Guys, the solution to losing loot to the void is to not put a void there in the first place, or to not have your boss drop the loot into the void. I feel like we should have, like, you guys had it on lock with what's his name? Hatterax. Like, when you would kill Hatterax, like, sure, he drops his loot, across the field, but the main Hatterax drops, like the peak opener, like that, like, set of items, like, would just like spawn in, like Digistruct spawn in chests, like in a dedicated location. You guys have the mechanics and the know-how to do that. What's stopping you from, like, after you kill a boss, the boss, like, the corpse, like, falls wherever, and then instead of just, like, having the loot spew out of the corpse, why not just, like, have a dedicated spawn where, like, close nearby the boss, or like in the middle of the arena, where the loot can just drop from there specifically, and then you can sift through it. I've also, like, had this experience with the Rift champions. So say you get a Bramble Song. This is another Bramble Song's a really bad offender of this, because half of his arena, like his normal arena, is just open to the void. So I've lost, like, stuff to the void with Bramble Song. Thankfully I've gotten it back. But it's particularly bad. But then with Bramble Song, if you kill him in the Rift Champion event, his corpse usually flies around and drops loot all over the place. I forget the exact other boss that would do that. But there's a number of bosses that will, when you kill them, just like ragdoll all over the place, and then your loot is just shot, like, literally thousands of meters across the map. I think I have, like, on one of the streams, me just, like, going that 1,000 meters to, like, some other, like, mountain within the Fade fields, looking for even just the purples. It's kind of crazy how far the loot goes and how far the bodies go. It's like, how have you guys at Gearbox not figured out how to drop loot in a normal area, or a normal way where it's accessible to, the player? And then on top of that, how have you fucked up so poorly to where the lost loot machine doesn't grab your lost loot? Like, come on, guys, do better. You guys have literally done this properly in Borderlands 4. Like in Borderlands 4 specifically. Like take Origo. If Origo dies mid-flight, if you kill him mid-flight, he'll come back to the platform you're supposed to be on and then drop his loot. And it just doesn't make sense, bro. Like, well, how can you do that but not do it for like every boss? Trying to double check my notes here. Again, it's like some bosses do a good job, the others don't. And it's mostly like flying bosses that, it has an issue, and particularly with the Rift champions or corpses that will like flail about. Does not make sense. Oh, and then my other kind of meh thing is the pathways to like your objective markers or to your pins on the map. Um the ones that Echo 4 give you are kind of whack. Like sometimes it's like helpful in the sense that it actually tells you the proper way to get to an area. Whereas like if you were to have done it like any other way, like yourself, like a manual path, you would have maybe ran into a cliff that you can't traverse up. But like sometimes the Echo 4 paths are just like through a bunch of trees when you could go around the trees and have less issues. Or it has you go around the whole area when you could just cut through an open field. It's really weird how Echo 4 builds these pathways. Along with that, I still want my mini map back. I'll admit I've gotten used to just like checking the map like in my menu and following the Echo 4 path, as awful as it might be. The compass doesn't really do shit for me. Like I have gotten used to not having a mini map. But dude, I feel like it would be so much better, especially for an open world map, if I had the mini map to say like, oh, you're here, something's nearby. Your enemies are actually like on a shelf and not just like floating in air. Something like that. Like just some ability to understand where I am on Kairos without having to constantly hit tab or M to open up the map and double check. Like that's man, I miss my mini map so much. But yeah, I do think that is going to wrap up all of my thoughts for Borderlands 4. Like I mentioned before, as more content rolls out, as more updates are pushed out for Borderlands 4, I guarantee you these thoughts will change, and I'm hoping for the better. Again, there are some issues like with like RJ, or like some of the story things that probably not gonna change, but I do hope that I can put more like I like this, items on the list. The overall takeaway for Borderlands 4, it is in fact one of the games of all time. It's impressive in ways, but it's also quite disappointing. I would highly recommend that, well, first off, buy it at whatever price you feel comfortable. If you think $70 is a justified price for Borderlands 4, then by all means, full send it. It's clearly not my decision to make. I do think you will get quite a bit of value out of, whatever price that is. But I will recommend wait for Borderlands 4 to go on sale, and please, for the love of God, wait for the DLC to come out. Like, wait until there's at least 4 DLCs out and for the reviews to kind of roll in before you get this game. I feel like the current state of Borderlands 4, there's a lot lacking and there's a lot that needs to be fixed. And I really hope that we get all of that within the first DLC, but also just like as the game goes on and we get all 4 DLCs. Again, it's a little bit a little bit of a rough spot for Borderlands 4. Like I said, if you feel comfortable paying for it now, I think you're going to get some value out of it. Maybe not the full, $70 or whatever you pay for it on sale. Um but I hope that my review has at least given you a little bit of insight into what Borderlands 4 is like, what it's about, um, and if you should make your purchase or not. That being said, my words are not the end all be all. This is not to be taken as gospel or whatever the phrase is, and I would like just take everything I say with a grain of salt. Again, like with the open world map, I think open world is a good idea. I just don't like the way it was implemented and how it tanks my computer. Um, and a lot of people are going to disagree with what I say. I would highly recommend you guys go check out those reviews. I know like Jolt, K6, Moxie, they all have, they've posted their thoughts on Borderlands 4. There's definitely a whole bunch of people I'm missing within the Borderlands community that have shared, their thoughts on the game. I just hope that my perspective gives you better insight into the game that you are potentially looking at getting or looking at sinking more time into. But that is going to wrap it up for today. It was in fact a much shorter stream. Sorry we got all the Christmas stuff after the fact. I was literally like thinking before stream, like I probably have a Christmas hat and the dancing tree. I hope I didn't delete them because it's Christmas time. Um, but yeah, I do want to thank you guys for stopping by. It really does mean a lot that all of you guys have stuck around, whether you're lurking or actively chatting. Um, Please, by all means, drop a follow if you did enjoy. Turn on your notification bell so you never miss a stream. You can also come and join the Discord. We have a really quiet community over there. We lurk around a lot. I also might have killed my Discord. I don't use it as much as I should. But I do send all of my stream updates to that server. So if you want to know when I go live or what the schedule is, what games we'll be playing, if there are any cancellations, postponements, any bonus streams, you can go find that all over there. It is the big hub for cheese everything. And we also have a cheese channel if you like cheese. You can also find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, and Threads. I share all of my updates for stream to those respective accounts and everything. And every now and then I will complain on Twitter about various things. I haven't been doing that too much lately because I just kind of prefer my sanity. But yeah, pick your poison. You get the updates there. If you guys have missed any previous streams, you can go check out short form edited content over on the Instagram, which I have not kept up to date at all. Mainly because I'm just kind of behind on stuff and lazy. So there's that. But if you want to check out all the stuff before it gets edited, you can go check out the YouTube channel. All my VoDs are posted there. We have both the Lethal Company VoD segment and the Escape the Backrooms Part 1 segment there now. They were uploaded, I believe, today, like early in the morning. So highly recommend you guys go check that out, as well as all the other Borderlands 4 streams that I've done. But that is going to wrap things up. I am kind of looking to see here if we have anyone to raid. I potentially have 2 targets. Just kind of waiting to get through some ads here. But yeah, the plan for this week, I don't know necessarily if I'm going to be like streaming on Thursday, because I normally stream Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming on Thursday with it being Christmas. We will see. Or maybe I will, because it will be our proper festive stream, and I'm not really planning on doing anything for Christmas. So keep that in mind. There might not be a stream, not even like on Saturday. I have to see what my plans are, what I want to do. And yeah, maybe stream on Sunday for more Escape the Backrooms with Matt. Like I said, stay posted on the socials and everything, and all of that. Okay. And also, if I don't see you guys for the rest of the week, Merry Christmas to those who celebrate it. Happy holidays. If I don't catch you before the end of the year, or happy belated holidays. I think Hanukkah had just finished up recently. Sorry, I'm not aware of which holidays are when. I am very apologetic about that. But like I said, I hope you guys have a great rest of your 2025, and I hope to catch you around again soon. Do I want to raid? I don't think there's really, like I said, there's not really too many people on. I know I got someone doing Overwatch. I got someone doing Donkey Kong as well. I don't know who I want to raid to. I'm also trying to see if I can farm a Twitch thumbnail with the Christmas stuff on. Oh, this guy's been live for 5 hours. Okay, that might not happen for a raid. You have a lot of people. What the fuck? You have a hype train. I thought you got raided. I might send you over to our Overwatch streamer. I will say I don't know if they have follower only on. They might. So if you can still watch, just lurk around if you don't feel comfortable following. But I guarantee you that, like, anyone I raid into is very much worth a follow, very much worth a watch at the least. But I will kind of warn you guys that this might be follower only. Because I think I rated them before and they had it on. Let me see. Yep, it is follower only, so I do apologize. But I do want to raid you guys over to Heathen Father. Heathen's a good friend of the channel. Currently playing some Overwatch, so if you want to just chillax and not think about Borderlands, you can, quote, chillax and think about Overwatch. Hopefully he's not ending. Hopefully. I didn't really check into the stream. But that is going to be all from me tonight. Like I said, thank you all for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. And until next time, guys, stay fresh, cheese bags, and happy holidays to all of you. Good night. Bye. 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 Where is my volume control? Bye. Bye. Happy holidays. Bye.